Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. What percent beauty are more revealed with quality makeup products? There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Dr. Akotefi Nankenkane Osho Oyo Swafo Ede Moma Neduani Din Sem Sunya Sese or the Betu just MPP Amanyukona or no so can who say any that is all shy and diaches and you may a tray cry ewo MPP Amanyukun which you must say MPs, ministers, anyone or the baby bill Ghana has a modomo support in Yakoma Dr. Baumiano or shy and tray cry if you say no more any pan 9 and almost some bear francatufo Eddie MPP Amanyukun and so Munina do more support Akomani Pabako. Now so no dear and found one will be a becan. King, San November 4 delegate conference ne day I do on so bekobi no hako share ni bobre.
NIB problem is more of a governance crisis, corporate governance crisis. They haven't published the account as the law requires. They haven't published it since 2015 up to today.
That's very worrying.
Very technically is worrying
for a state-owned
because it is required that it should be published.
Yeah.
But they also had a view that NIB was already in trouble. No matter how much you brought in, and don't forget the development partners had money in it.
Yeah, they have
the money they brought, yes. So they told them that you can't go and put the money in a bank that is sunk already. So that is the reason why. It's one of the reasons why they decided to form a new development bank. But I would have, from where I sat, I would have thought, would have done a proper due diligence and see how we can salvage NIB and possibly salvage ADB to keep focus on the development banking. Because let me make this statement: no commercial bank or development bank, universal bank will help the economy to grow.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud. From investment fraud, romance scam, recruitment scam, to online shopping fraud, criminals have developed various ways of using the internet to dupe people of their monies all around the world.
Investment fraud, okay, where people create various businesses on social media and ask people to deposit some amount of money with them, and within a short period of time they guarantee you very high returns. Okay, now people send their monies and they do not hear anything again, where people assume the profiles of other people, soldiers, military men working in various countries, okay, and then they try to lure people, date them online, and then through that they are able to defraud them of several amounts of money. Recruitment scam also has to do with job seekers on social media. So someone creates, again, a page or a profile on social media, sometimes impersonating our various security agencies like the police, the military and all of that, and then they start making posts that we are recruiting and the processes involved and all of that. Now people also go on there and then they become victims. By when they go through the process, they are asked to pay certain amount of monies and they do not hear anything again. Another one also has to do with online shopping fraud, okay, where businesses are being created on social media. I mean, during COVID, one way or the other, we're all shopping online, okay, doing, and then it is dispatched to you, you receive, you make payment, or sometimes you need to make payments before you receive the item and all of that. Criminals also took advantage of that, created various, or they still do, create various pages of businesses online. Even some, they still even impersonate actual businesses, okay, and then they offer goods at very, should I say,
relatively low price.
Very, yes, I wouldn't even say relatively low. Relatively low, you'd say maybe it's a bit, but prices that you wouldn't find anywhere, just to lure victims into doing that.
How do they operate?
They gave me a PC and gave me directions and also give me websites. That was the thing that they gave to me for me to work. They taught me how to chat people online, tell them that this thing is like this, which is not, for me to collect money from them.
Okay. So they taught you how to chat.
Yes.
They gave you a laptop, obviously.
Yes.
And what websites were those? Do you remember 2 or 3 websites?
Just Korea.
Korean websites?
Yes. They will give you their website. You go in there. Sometimes you might even hack it. You go in there.
You have hackers in?
Yes. In our office. There are some.
The websites?
Yes. Like me. They taught me. Yes, they taught me. So you go in there. Depends on the years of the website. You can hack it.
It be dating work, or you just before, because now you have to start dating work.
Now Ghana have to start
dating work. Now Ghana, for Nigeria, now Bitcoin I feel they do.
Bitcoin fraud.
Bitcoin fraud.
How?
I feel they do. Like if you have 1,000 Ghana cedis, I will use it to change to
1,000 naira.
10K. If you have 10,000 naira,
10,000.
I will give you 20,000 naira. That's the way they do it. They do the Bitcoin.
So what you go tell client?
I will tell her, if I don't post back or I don't post say giveaway, I do giveaway of 20,000 naira every Friday. Then I will see that giveaway. So that giveaway me I post for, and you'll be like your Instagram now. I call account. Or your post back or put. Maybe that giveaway. So I post on you. They your friends. They go to say now you. They will call the request. Say how they do it, and I get the money. You now tell them, see the way you can get it. 50 to get 100, 20 to get 40. Is the way we do it.
Between 2019 and 2022, over 6,000 reports of online fraud were made to the Cyber Security Authority. Through investigations, the authority confirmed about 3,000 of these reports to be truly cases of online fraud. According to the authority, perpetrators thrive on the weakness of their victims, which is trust.
The criminals are using what we call social engineering, okay? Ghanaians, naturally, we are gullible, okay? So we tend to trust easily. That is what they use. So social media is more of playing on our minds, okay, to do or to commit crime. So we are seeing cybersecurity as more of a technical problem, but it is equally a very social problem. So our trusting nature is what is being used. The next thing that is being used is greed. So when you look at the various investment scams that are happening, okay, give me 500, I'll give you 5,000 in a week time. These are some of the things. And also we are very trusting. So social engineering has been the main form of modus, okay, through which these criminals are using. For instance, there is a new observed type of cybercrime that we are seeing, okay, or fraud that we are seeing, in which the victims or the criminals, right, are calling in the names of financial institutions, okay, telling the victims that you need to link your Ghana card with your bank account. So I'm calling from this financial institution. We realized that you had not linked your Ghana card, right, with your bank account, and I would want to help you go through the process to do that. In that process, they inquire certain information from you. And if you do not know or you are not aware how to protect yourself, they go even as much as getting your ATM card. They will take the numbers on it, the CVV number behind it. They take very detailed information that they can even use your card to purchase things online.
In dating, we have stages that we chat before you put someone on consignment. First, you chat that person. You chat the person friend. Once you people are friends, you chat that person care. After you have chatted the person care, you chat them love. If you chat them love, you chat them trust. Then after trust, because that's the final place, that's the final thing that you chat the person, then you place the person on consignment.
In Ghana, hundreds are arrested for engaging in online fraud annually. Most of them young people under age 30. Areas like Kaswa, Tafo, and East Legon have been identified as hubs for such crimes, with many perpetrators often being arrested in Kaswa. Residents say though they agree the area is a crime zone, the perpetrators are mostly foreigners.
Yeah, we had here. We should be anybody, but we go on more. We go do anybody now. No, we be na aba. We be na. But the cash we dey na apesesa. But here we had here. Bonibia any year. Na ha say so. No dey kwa na minimum. So the bono kwa no abehu.
I've been for Kaswa 30 years now. There's no any problem in Kaswa here. But those from outside, that Liberia peoples and Nigeria peoples who come enter now, they are giving problems and all that they call it. So if you are fighting, then you fight about that peoples.
Utimusa who wants to okron mupa. They won who okron club nipa be say 50 and I say there was a time me point adwuma me ba say ipie kwan ne ho a me hwese ka bia begina ho na aya ho nko an na no mu yi wom e wo second bus stop on ubisa ho say we omo kwan ade bechi no yes ka so ade bechi no wati we nsem bebre otete nsem a e maka so anya kono say e say nka yetna ha but e kura ahoto emfan say eniema ekoso ntemtem e wo kuro ni mu but edin aka so ekita no
Could this assertion be true?
This is not anything new in the system. For some time now, this has been going on, and we have even, in times without number, we have came into contact with some of them who have escaped from their masters. So, and then we have been able to repatriate some of them back to Nigeria. So it's no news. It has been in the system. And we are trying our efforts to see what we can do about it. These people are in the hiding places. They will go and hire a place. We wouldn't know until maybe some of them are no longer comfortable with the treatment their masters meting on them. That is when you see some of them who escaped. When they escaped, and maybe they might, fortunately, to get contact of one of our executives or any Nigerians that they think they can talk to. So through those people, then they bring them to us. So then we do the needful.
We have been in this
activities of curtailing the nefarious activities of our young boys and girls in the country. Actually, it's not an issue that is very healthy and interesting at all to hear that our young, our children, the new generation involve themselves in this kind of negative, adventure. A good father or parents will not be happy seeing young children, involving themselves in cyber crime or cyber crime and every other, bad activities.
Criminals, they may be called, and guilty might be the verdict they get if they stand in a courtroom, but have you ever wondered how and why they do what they do? Imagine being locked in a room with phones or computers 24 hours in a day, but these gadgets are not to be used for your pleasure, instead for work. This is the story of many young Nigerians who come to Ghana to make money through any means possible. Victory, Austin, and Victor are three of these young men.
I met a friend in the company where I work. So his brother is in this Ghana. He was the one, not my friend, that introduced me to that his brother. But before I come to this Ghana, I was not aware that it was fraud I'm coming here to do. He just told me that this kind of job that I'm doing in Nigeria, there is a place in Ghana where I will do it. If I do it, they will pay me higher than what I'm earning here. So I was very happy when I heard the news.
He was asked to pay 50,000 naira for the job, which he did, and he was given a date to move to Ghana. Little did he know that the job he was coming for was different from what he had been told.
I wasn't happy because at first it was not what they told me that I started saying.
What did you say?
At first, they told me that it was a company. It was a company that I'm going to be working under. Then when I came to this Ghana, they first took me inside the house, just in a building, in the house. It was fenced. I wasn't happy at first. I felt one kind. And I couldn't talk. I couldn't talk because there is no one there for me to talk to. I waited till night. I called that his brother, that my friend that gave me the job, that he claims so. I called him. He told me that, bro, this is how it is so. And anything that I'm seeing there is my job.
His story is quite different from Victory and Victor, who both knew what they were getting themselves into before they moved to Ghana.
I work not call the go where. No, I call the see they give me work. First me able say me I learn the work self. You know we call they give me work again. I don't call they see anything. Me and my friend me get I learn the work now. Me able see the way the out bless he call they tell me say me enter.
Your friend enter your home?
Yes. We see everywhere.
We bless.
Me bless. Me Yahoo bless. Because say me see try it if I feel see it. Na theater.
After struggling to make it in Nigeria without any success, he decided to relocate to Ghana.
I call they do the Bitcoin. The Bitcoins, he call they pay me. Very soon we call cast. You know call they pay again. You know, let me one call they do. I call even rent ourselves. When that my friend only me say since I don't try for me don't come out. Because he may only me one they do. Money not Bitcoin again. That my friend, my sister friend. Call tell my sister say in get person me dey Ghana yeah. They look for boy. What I be will go. I call tell her say okay I will go which work he dey work. Because you don't know about you go give me number, make me with and got to give me that my chairman me dey Ghana here in number. You understand what I say? Or give me number, call talk, say see work me they do channel work. Now cause I never do channel work before, now dating work. Now yeah, Bitcoin now they do for Nigeria before. Then cause see okay man no worry say this one soon I just new all day to whether I know what to be QQ, WeChat. That's why I don't know there before. See if I come before 3 weeks to 2 months, 1 month if I don't collect money. See when I come. Now waiting tell me.
He packed bag and baggage and moved, but what he was promised wasn't what he got.
As you carry me when I go his house, he lock me go for his house. Yeah, he told me say see the way that they do now. Because our phone now we they use. That time I have to tell people I break on this country. This Ghana so as God they tell me say see the way that they do now. I go say okay, I say I'll feed one. Me I all the work and the work. They use 1 month, 2 months. Money no the come. I go tell me say you know the collect money. Boys may call me for there. They never see collect money. About 5 boys may call me for there.
An entertainer who wanted the fast way up, Victory met some people when he went for a gig and asked them for help. He got their contact and tried several times to reach them, but they blocked him. He then resorted to text and finally got through to them.
The next Monday I started calling, Tuesday I calling. So they say it's wrong number. They don't wanted to help me before. So as the 9 minutes of it, like on Saturday, they called me because I was texting them through SMS. They blocked me on WhatsApp because they are big boys. So I was texting them on WhatsApp. So they go through my texting like they say, like this person will be intelligent and know how to chat with women. So let them just give me a try if they can carry me along. So at the 9 minutes, they put me on call. Hello, is this Victor? I say, yes, I'll be waiting for your call. Okay, come and meet me so and so estate. So I'll be waiting for you there. So that is how I left.
When he went to meet them, they asked if he was willing to move to Ghana with them the following day. But he refused due to his previous experience in the country in 2018. They, however, convinced him to come with them.
They were like convincing me, like, no, don't worry, you are safe. And I'm not like that. I'll give you everything you want to work, this. So I'm not coming to stay for months or a year or so. But according to them, they say they want to rent apartments for like 2 months to look for money so that December time we'll be going home smiling. So when I saw the settings, I said, okay, let me go for the 2 months. I said, okay, well, as far as you have given me your words, let your words be your words. But according to my phone, it's not good. He said they will change it for me. So I concluded in going with them the next day.
On getting to Ghana, he met 5 other boys and they were sent to another person while the men looked for an apartment for them to stay in.
Get to Ghana 8. So we stopped at Accra Mall. So when we got to Accra Mall, they booked a taxi and took us to the first office. They have not found the apartment. So when we found the apartment, it was night. We can't go daytime so that we don't know that multiple of boys want to enter that place. So we go at night so that they will not know. So we'll get there at night. But the place was like a police station at the junction. They will enter a little bit before the place is East Legan. East Legan. It's an estate where big people stay. So when we get there, so we start running the office work.
Many unsuspecting house owners give their homes out to these criminals without proper checks. The Department of Rent Control has this word of advice for all landlords in the country.
Before a foreigner comes into our country, the person needs a working permit or a residential permit, and that has to be done by the immigration also. But what is interesting is that for now, we are trying to review the 1963 Act. And what we've input in there is that before you give your premises out as a landlord, you need to do a background check of the person you are giving the premises to. So even if the person used the bush to come into the country without passing through our legal entrance, and he evade the immigration. Before you rent the premises out, you need to check all those things. If you don't check, and we come to realize that you've given your premises to somebody who is coming to do illegal, immoral services, just like fraud and all those things, then you will be liable to answer. So Parliament has given us the assurance. The bill is part of the bill that they promised to pass before they rise for this sitting. So the new law, just as I've mentioned, is going to make sure the landlord do due diligence, make sure he do a clear checks on the person, whether local person like Ghanaian or a foreigner. You need to know what the person is doing, the kind of business activities the person is doing, so that you know about somebody who is coming to do illegal things in our country. So let me rest assured everybody that when that bill is passed, we will make sure that it's implemented to the full.
The sweet words they receive before agreeing to relocate disappear once they arrive in Ghana.
The next day, he called one boy to come and pick us up from the office to the apartment where he rented, where we can work for the 2 months. So one day I was like happy, this is a very beautiful place. I never know I came to kill myself by my hands. So when we get into the house, so we bath, like started talking about how the work will be. Say we will not come down, we'll be upstairs there. So those who their phone is not good, they will be replacing it tomorrow. I said, okay, fine. So the next day, I wanted to swap my phone. My phone was having an issue. So they said we swap it. So I wanted to transfer some important things inside the phone that will be useful for me later. I wanted to pass it to another person's phone so that when they will bring my phone, the new one, I will transfer it back. I never know they have booked a cab outside. Oh no, where is the other person? He said, the other person have not brought his phone. I said, I wanted to like explain, so I wanted to transfer. I've not even completed the statement. All I can see is a punch on my nose, blood started coming out. Like, give me slap, hit me to the wall. I was like, drag the phone out of my hand, then they left. This is the same cloth I was putting on, like blood stain all over. I went to the bedroom to clean the blood, to spit it out. I was not happy when I saw. These were the same person talking to me kindly, like. So this is what they brought me to Ghana to come and do. I get discouraged.
The bosses of these online fraud rings have very strict rules to follow, and anyone who goes against them has to endure severe punishment. For those who are not fortunate, death could be their end.
I don't know what happened. He ran into one boy, like he beat him mercilessly. Even injured the boy hands and the faces. I was like, God, what kind of place have I come now? I was like, it's not me beat another person, so it's not my concern. What I'm concerned is about the work. I got one client, local, Senegal, and also this Ghana. They paid me some money. Total as in what they paid me in Naira is 800,000 Naira, close to $1 million. That's what they paid me. So my chairman, he was not aware that I got that kind of money. It was a friend of him that was aware, but we shared it 50-50. So due to some kind of things that are happening in office, the secret leak, and my chairman, he had to punish me because of that. They will lie you down, flog you very well. They can use PC wire to flog you, and also they can use machete, because in that place you don't have anyone. Even if you cry from now till tomorrow, nobody will hear you. Like I've said before, the rules there are many. Even if you are, there is no how you'll be perfect. You must fall for it. So the rules are many. Most guys that went to that place in any office that comes out without a mark on their body, that means you didn't stay there up to a week or 2 weeks.
You don't stay there for 1 month, for 3 months. Money no dey come. Now, your friend, me get office like other one boys they collect money. All those one go they put on where body see. All those boys, you know the before you know they touch us so. When that one cut it and say boys they collect money, whether you know they feed the talk to us, you know they give us a spirit, maybe we walk. From then on and then your things change. Sometimes all those boys we all park their car, we all be like three car, we also use all of them. We also say aspirin, we also finish us. Like be aspirin like finishing. You see finish us, they all finish us. Finish. Cause maybe because they work. I cause me.
Aspirin na the beating. Na
the beating.
Okay, so the term high spirit.
Yeah. Na beating. You come, give us all of us aspirin. We all beat to our we all do.
Isn't it take beating now?
Also like wire. This all boy wire. That strong wire. This TV wire. So and they repeat us. Even chairman will have that small bottle, that one, but when we in Nigeria, we call it bottle ass. Bottle ass. That's small axe. You have it say. That's right.
And they also have a strict routine they follow daily.
They have time to work and time to relax. Like when you go inside, they share, according to all the boys, they share different works to them, what you'll be doing every morning. And office time, we start around 9. At this kind of time, then we end in the evening, 5. They will come outside from the office. Then we'll be cooking, we'll be washing, we'll be sleeping. Then we eat square meal just once a day. So we eat around 9 in the night. Before that, we will go on from 6 to prepare food. We take 8, 9, then we'll eat again. Then we'll not even have time to rest. Then we'll go up again to start coming online again to chat or to start looking for who to talk to. That is how they were running their personal entanglement in the office. And it was very stressful.
Chairman brother, he's not good. He's not a good person.
Okay.
He's very, very God. He's very, very wicked to the extent that he doesn't give boys at the office food. Before you eat 2 days, 3 days, still yet you'll be doing your morning duty and also working.
Why do they choose to relocate to Ghana to commit this crime, you may ask?
Because me not call the girl money to the bear, so we get the girl. This one, because if I already also Ghana now, they know the season light, steady light, the steady soap, the network, they very good. I take on.
They can't carry Ghanaians now, like they know it's just we in Nigeria. They carry us here to work based on the free electricity, everything is current here. So they tell us to come and work here so that the work will be faster here. Because everything we need is being provided here already in Ghana. So that is how they brought us from Nigeria to here to work.
Unable to withstand the harsh conditions any longer, they each planned their escape, uncertain of what the outcome might be.
They had a fight in the office and they bust his head and also used machetes to butcher his face here. From this place to this place. The thing now looks like he has 2 mouths. So some people that the guy was nice to had to pick call, as in had to pick phone, snap the picture of the guy's face when he was lying on the floor and call chairman that he should come to us, he should come online on WhatsApp. Let them show him something. When he came online, they forwarded the pictures to him. He saw it. He got very, very upset. Then he said that everybody at the office should leave the office, else he's going to put everyone in jail, as in give everybody that is inside our office to police. So some people, not some people, people like me, I had to look for my way on time. But I didn't look for my way that particular minute. I waited till next day. And that next day was the day that police people came to the office. They arrested 28 boys in the office. They took 28 boys with them. So the rest of the boys had to fly fence and run for their lives. Not just that they arrested them, they were beating them with stick. They broke Yes, they broke some of them, their heads here. Yes, beating them. So that's it. Me, I escaped through fence. So I jumped fence. I had to run for my life. I don't have to wait till till police will put handcuff on my hands before I will know that I had to look for my way. So that's how I escaped.
Call lock the door, call go short. And we call say okay, I will cut it one. Call follow again one mile, made the day up of ceiling. That up of ceiling, so now we cut it follow the mile. As we follow the man, we call go inside ceiling. We look everywhere. Now we call the break all those blocks. Made the thing set all those edge. Call the break and come on before coffee break and after we break and come on. This that under so the PVC may say do one. Now we call cotton. Call his knife tear and we call come outside. And we take come outside. We come outside. Now we look everywhere. Nobody because we want Ghana road. And that Ghana road, I can show a circle for you.
So when I come to the parlor, they lock the front door. So I checked the back door, it was open. I say, wow, thank God. So I climb upstairs so that they will see me for the last time, so that they will not notice my movement. So when I come down, I met phone, I met laptop. I wanted to steal it so that when I get to Seco, I will sell it. But anything stealing, I'm not in part of it. It's a bad name, I don't like it. So I don't want anything I will get involved with. I came to this place to steal phone. Because definitely I know one day we'll meet in Nigeria. So I just leave their properties and I left. Though when I get to the back door, there was protector everywhere and cameras everywhere. So I made up my mind, so I jumped to the other apartment. So when I get to the gate, then I notice the gate, you need to use a key to open it before you open. You don't have those drawers like you open it. I say, what? God, fuck, I'll get myself into another mess now.
He couldn't go back and there was no way for him to escape. So the only thing he could think of doing was hiding behind the generator in the house. But the estate security caught him on camera and came asking questions.
The people monitoring the house saw me on camera. They've come out, like, somebody came out from your apartment. Who is that? What is he doing now in the house premises? Like, it's okay. I don't know where my chairman went to. When they were coming like aggressively. They were coming in a very tough way that they can kill yourself. So they go inside the house, not spend like 2 minutes. They come outside again. They observe the gates. If I've run out, they try to observe. Then the security called again. This person is in the back. What is he doing? So they traced me to the back and they saw me. I was very scared. Because I know there was camera. I said, God, I don't come out. I never know this is how it will be. There was security everywhere outside the house. I said, God, help me. I don't want to go back to the house. So when they saw me, like they wanted to play kindness to me so that the cameras looking at us will notice that they want to throw aggression on me, like make good friendship with me. I noticed what they were up to. So I was like playing with them also to the tricks. Like, why do you come outside? Go inside now. Like I said, bros, I don't want to go inside again. They say, why? Don't worry, we'll sort it out inside. Not knowing that I've set the way they will finish me inside. And I know, and God have already spoken to me, and my mind have told me this is what they want to do to me. So the luck I have is that they did not go with me to inside the house. Like according to the first chairman, because they are two chairmen, they are two friends. So the first one said, oh yeah, now Muko go inside the house. Like the other one that is very arrogant and that can keep person, just say no, leave him, give him key so that he can go inside by himself, so that the camera won't notice there's anything going on. That is where God answered my prayer. And in that case, in the process, the gate was still open. I say, thank God. So when I was going, they left me so that they just leave me so I will go first. They were like looking at me. So the luck I have is that when I get to the doorstep of our apartment, I drop the key and I turn back. I say, Chairman, I've gone. No, I don't want to get myself engaged in this your nonsense work and this is not how you tell me. This is not how I came to meet it. So he said, no, wait. So I walk out. So I noticed they wanted to chase me. Then I pick a race. Then Some Ghanaians were outside like, Charlie, what's going on? What's going on? I never even mind them just to run inside the bush.
Life after the escape hasn't been any better for all three, whose only wish was to go back home.
Because they think if we recycle now, the office tell us say person will call our sister, our brother, they'll call us, make the same money come. All those ones because they don't first send me money before. That's why I don't feel they don't feel send me money again. I don't feel come my sister made the Nigeria. He made the Jamie before me send me money. Now I don't feel send me money. And my chairman I shop the money because they tell me say na lie, say not be my chairman shop, say na me. Me, you know, we coffee contact my chairman, me we talk together. Say I take up the money, I tell him, you know, green. Now I call use my guy phone, man come meet for circle here, fill the shots, and you call you block me. And this my guy tell locate. Yes, she all block me. And this my guy call tell locate me go this our church.
So right now you sleep for circle.
I sleep for circle.
How the
for that
experience take be since you escape? How the experience take be? You sleep. How the job?
When I did that circle, so like over, but now I don't complete 2 weeks now. Now those Ghana, sometimes I figure meet Ghana say CIB, they push me for Ghanaians. I figure meet the sit out to the say CIB, they push me for which I don't know anybody for here. If you say okay, you know, if you give me money to go Nigeria, see what I do it. If you give me 50 cedis, 20 cedis, 10 cedis, I go see give me. I see on the shop. That park man they sleep so. Now that park man go now and they sleep. But now they don't they say they know they give me the sleep inside again. Now inside we be they sleep before. They know they give me the sleep and outside we can't sleep now.
Right now you want to go back to Nigeria?
Yes, now I go back to Nigeria.
Many believe that these online fraud rings, as well as other criminals, use black magic, or what you may refer to as juju. This assertion was confirmed by these young men who said their leaders use juju for different purposes.
These things we are doing is not, sometimes there's something we call grace. You can just jam a helper, he will come just help you. And some that they are forming stubborn and you see they have money. You can't just let go of them like that. You can just go and tie them. That's where they are in juju part is being involved. Not the juju to rescue us. Anything juju, we are not doing it for our own self. We are using it to lock those people there to favor us. I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying. So that is where the juju aspect is being involved. Maybe
chairmen are not protecting themselves
that, like not juju, they are not doing the juju to protect themselves. To achieve the clients they are talking to themselves, so that they will not run, they will not block, they will not go. When I ask you money, you will give me. When I ask you only this, you will provide it for me. That is when I know you have the money, because you are not stupid. I will just come be in with my ordinary eyes, just be asking for money, just be giving always. That is where grace speak. Maybe they will just be giving you, but it's get where you go reach, you know, go give you again. Your update will become complicated to him. Like, these people don't want to fraud me. So before you get that idea, our chairman, if he's the one auto is juju, because some believe on grace.
They work, depends. And what thing will make them work now based on your chairman. Your chairman, if you go that juju, then that baba will give them condition. And generally, as in the general condition they mostly give to all the chairman in this Ghana is that they should stay away from sex.
So the chairman stay away from sex?
Yes. Yes. So that's how they.
It means that if your chairman have sex, the
thing will spoil. And they used to renew that juju. I think like I don't know. It's them that knows. But all I know is that they used to renew that juju. So once they tell them to stay away from sex, it's them that knows whether if they can do it or not. But most of the chairmen, they won't, and that is the reason why boys are not collecting money from the office. Like my chairman, he trains women like boxer.
I never even use juju. And only my chairman they bring something they commando juju things. Now your black soap, so I see water soap. We bring her come out to the bath. I don't know whether you know this thing. Baby, your black. That charcoal me that they cook. All those aboki they warm.
Yes.
Yeah, this thing. All those small, they go pack up where inside. Go put fire, smoke will be come out, cover all of us where inside.
No cover all of them.
Yes, same old they tell us, say what we need. Tell the this thing what we need, say we need money, make clients. As we they born, make clients they accept us. As we they use it, you know they work. You know they work.
Leadership of the Nigerian community in Ghana are hopeful this menace will soon become a thing of the past.
We are planning to set up a tripartite task force to climb on those their masters, because it is these their masters that we think by the time we can be able to get some of them and we let the Lord deal with them, I think maybe that will reduce. Nigerians are doing more good than harm in Ghana. But one thing about life is that the negative news travel far, travel more than whatever good you are doing. If you see Ghana today, Nigeria has contributed to the GDP of Ghana. You cannot be overemphasized that in Ghana today, if you want to talk about foreigners who are doing great to the economy of Ghana, Nigeria will be number one. Count the industries, the corporate institutions, the banking sector, all of this, Nigerians are taking lead in those areas. But there is a saying in Ghana that in every house there will be a Mensa. So the issue is that the only news that is traveling far is the mention they are mentioning more than the good ones. If you want to see the quota of Nigeria, these people are just about 5% of Nigeria who are living in Ghana. But as you know, and they say the good ones, the evil men did. It's on brass, but the good ones will be on water.
The new administration is trying every effort to make sure that we curtail this situation and make sure that we probably put an end to it. We will discontinue these nefarious activities of our young ones, and with task force we are going to put in place, I'm very sure we will go a long way to make sure that we control, not only control, finally, resolve the matter.
I think if there's a unity between all the communities of Nigeria in Ghana, Hausa, Yoruba, Arewa, and Igbo community, if you all come together as like we are having all Nigerian community ANC to see to this thing in one voice and to fight it together, it will go a long way to curb all these things. Because as we are all in Ghana, that is not our home. If any one of them, or one of those boys is caught, you said Nigeria. So on that note, each community has to come on board in order to fight this, so we can have a good name for Nigeria in Ghana or in any other place.
Victory, Victor, and Austin have returned to Nigeria with the hope of living a better life, and they don't look forward to returning to Ghana anytime soon. All efforts to get more details of activities of these crime rings from the Ghana Police Service proved futile. A report by Dorcas Ankuma and Adeola Babatunde for GhanaWeb TV and My Nigeria.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place, the Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags pass organ donation law and hashtag legalize organ donation now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Dr. Akotefi nanken kane osho oyo swafo e de more mind eduani di insem so nyese se o de abetu jase MPP amanyoko na ono so kan ho sese ni de se o hwa e ade a chese ne o me etwe yi kra e wo MPP amanyoko no otwe ma se de MPs ministers anyone no odi bebebe organa ha se o mode o support nya akoma Dr. Bawumia no o hwa enche yi kra if you say no mo ye nipa nan e no mo hwe so mbe frankatufo e de MPP amanyoko na nso mo nyina do mo support akoma nipa baako na nso no de emfa ho no de obi abeka Kianiki, San November 4 delegate conference, Nedia, I do on so Bekobi, no Hakosha ni Bobre.
NIB problem is more of a governance crisis, corporate governance crisis. They haven't published the account as the law requires. They haven't published it since 2015 up to today.
That's very worrying.
Very technically is worrying.
For a state-owned
because it is required that it should be published.
Yeah.
But they also had a view that NIB was already in trouble. No matter how much you brought in, and don't forget the development partners had money in it.
Yeah, they have
the money they brought, yes. So they told them that you can't go and put the money in a bank that is sunk already. So that is the reason why. It's one of the reasons why they decided to form a new development bank. But I would have, from where I sat, I would have thought, would have do a proper due diligence and see how we can salvage NIB and possibly salvage ADB to keep focus on the demand banking. Because let me make this statement: no commercial bank or demand bank, universal bank will help the economy to grow.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa. Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Fancy CM all kind MPP Amanyoko na kasama for no de akoko bobi akakoto abonte de amakene Japan so twe makene Japan said there wona mountains na de bia wo bo MPP echu bo MPP echi ne hweye ne nyesa obi ama showdown na ye mumu bi e de ma sa showdown na hwehwe no so ade MPP Amanyoko nje se bibia ekoso bokon so de ko dina abonte a na nsem ebe ma ye hodo efiga na fo mu nkwa na wo ye o se nsem bebe ho no mpoka nkofo no mo be on e mo kaka cho na nyampa Nanso what did you need to now just one now bring MPP dimbo no si jai sa de nyesa showdown there ubenya bi pa Afi mwenche bia ena John Mahama ede betu dwa say ade a chese okọ court de mu ana chese judges bebe o ho no mde ade o me MPP for na we na Justice William Atuguba say de ogina home ede abetu dwa say san nsem na John Mahama kan na ade anekọ kakra mu mum onfo asese John Mahama so no so ba bedi ade ade obehwe ama judges bebe chese wo Supreme Court onum no omo so be NDC for o say nya sa na ade ne court de ade chese ye ni Ghana for de anti say Ghana for enti na wo ho no de na Ghana for hwe say de omope ene de omope nko a ena wo judge no de obeye wo ho no Enaka kwen ne de betu manim say ade otumfo say to the second wa hye say nya de makwan ama offense hema ede obi a onsen fata akonya ne betu na offense akonya no so na emom say de okopiem e wo offense kuro ni so na say ade a krom hofo say omo de ohima ne pe no eno mo so pe na say nye keke sapon de na nya de obema kwan amo fufuro so abetina akonya no so otumfo twema na ya de a ohima na ma say we tese wagiti sika bi e de hye no ho e force ya ma obi a onsen fata akonya na abetina so ne mo konfo de say omo say nye keke sapon de na say nye obi a e na abetina so.
What brings you to Ghana?
I think two things really. I think sports and rediscovering my West African roots.
What food have you tried so far?
I tried the jollof last night, but authentic jollof for the first time, yeah.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafia and today I'm here with a former Chelsea player who won their Champions League with them way back as far as 2012. He got the opportunity to play with some of Ghana's very own players like Michael Essien, among the likes of other African players like Didier Drogba. Well, lately, some Ghanaian players have been doing tremendously well in the Premier League. We get to know if he's monitoring them and what also brings him to Ghana. Bertrand, welcome.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good, man.
Nice having you. What brings you to Ghana?
I think two things really. I think sports and in general, and also just part of me, you know, kind of rediscovering my West African roots, to be honest. So I get to fulfillment, but also get to achieve purpose through sports, hopefully, with our projects going forward.
Wow, this is first time learning that you have West African roots. Where, to be precise?
So to be honest, I'm a diasporan, so it's ultimately, you know, my roots come back to West Africa from my grandparents, which I'm, you know, slowly developing. I think it's through, you know, Nigeria, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire, around these areas. So,
okay.
Well, around the West, yeah. So as you can imagine, probably for another time to go into the deeper story around it. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to, you know, coming back and really engaging with the communities of Africa.
But ever since you came, how has the experience been? I know you've been here for a little while, but how's the experience been so far?
It's been amazing. Everything that a lot of my Ghanaian friends have told me, from the moment we got off the plane, the reception so, you know, so warming and welcoming, that, you know, it's been great since then.
Do you ever contact any of your former teammates or any Ghanaian player you knew before coming to Ghana?
I spoke briefly with Essien a bit, but my friends at Copan, you know, were, you know, well versed in the landscape of Ghana. So yeah, I trusted, you know, my friends, and here I am today.
Yeah, with Kopman, tell us, what's your partnership with them? We want to know more about you and what you are dealing into.
Yeah, so I think it stemmed from friendship first. Friendship and values. Our values align. I would like to do my part for, you know, in West Africa, to help, you know, develop sports and to use sports as a purpose to help develop communities as well. So going forward from that, you know, they have a fantastic sporting project currently. So first of all, it's about me coming and listening, you know, and engaging with, you know, communities and the guys, and seeing where I can add value and help out. So going forward, it'd be an evolving project. Okay,
so what the project's called? Because I'm learning of FA Sports and Koopman Agency.
Yeah.
Can you?
So I help found and I just advise with a sports agency in the UK called FA Sport.
Okay.
And Koopman obviously do the same. And where we have shared values, because I know both parties, you know, it's okay, how can we combine and create synergies and help possibly discover more talents, use football as a tool together to engage with communities and develop, you know, society, as well as providing pathways for players.
Okay. Now, what do you look out for when identifying players?
I think when, you know, identifying players, it's, you know, the statistics are great, but I think everybody can see statistics. If someone scores 10 goals or a hat-trick. But realistically, I'm looking for moments, you know, moments of one, commitment and desire to play for their team, but also just a moment, you know, the key real high-level moments that immediately I can recall and I've seen from other legendary players, or in specific moments that I believe is a real elite level talent that can show. It could be anything from a turn, a touch, a weight of pass, a particular moment of the game, how they handled it, and just looking for these little moments. And then once you see them moments, then you'll look a bit deeper.
Yeah. When you say all this moments and traits, you made mention that it's easy to identify someone who is a striker. Maybe they score goals. These are statistics which helps them get out there. But identifying someone like a defender or a midfielder, how difficult is it, knowing that they don't have to score goals, maybe tackles, maybe passes, and all that?
So it comes down to, for me, I'm fortunate in terms of, I use pattern recognition a lot, where I've seen many players at the elite level, day in, day out, played with and played against. So when I see them traits, whether it's a midfielder showing for the ball, not just showing for the ball, but showing for the ball at the right time, when the opponent's ready, when your teammate's ready to pass. Sometimes people can show too early, or sometimes people can show too late. Sometimes it's the timing of the movement. So you look at more attributes to find in the top players.
Now, what advice will you give to an up-and-coming footballer who's looking up to you, has watched you in the Premier League, they monitor other players in the Premier League, but they feel like it's far away from them? The African continent is detached from the European football. You have to work yourself up all the way from the grassroots to maybe the national league level before you can get the attention of maybe big clubs or big agents. What will you advise them to do?
Yeah, you have to stay committed. You have to stay, you know, you have to believe that it will come one day also, and yeah, you have to stay just committed, work on your craft and just keep working. Or don't be distracted by any of the extracurricular activities that might happen as you get older, because I feel if you get older, you're still young. You know, people might think you need to be 18, gone to Europe or something. There's plenty of time still, but the focus can sometimes become tougher, I feel, for a younger player, because the older you get, the more activities you enable you to do. So can you retain that focus? And if you do that, retain that focus in crucial stages, then I'm sure you'll push through.
Now, looking at your era and looking at this era, you may want to say sometimes it's hard for you to get international recognition, but the introduction or emergence of social media has given a platform for players to have their own kind of media files on their profiles or accounts before they even blossom to become big players. Do you think they should take advantage of social media where they play maybe five-a-side football growing up from age 7 to even grow their profile?
Yeah, definitely. I think the modern day footballer is a brand, you know, more than ever. So one thing is, you don't need to be on social media showing all the skills, but if you can use social media to show, you know, your games, how you're good, what you do, what you achieve, and to show yourself, that's a definite platform that you can put yourself on for exposure. And technology can help Africa unearth a lot more talents than it already does.
Okay, I see that. I'm sure definitely once you're in Ghana, you've been monitoring Ghanaian football. What are your thoughts on the development of football in Ghana?
Yeah, so I think the team in itself is in a little bit of a transition, but it's got some fantastic players that are in there now and been key to some of the last performances. In Kudus and Ernest, I think they're two fantastic players coming through, and that's testimony to the organisation, how they're recruiting and how they're developing. But also, you know, you've got people like Right to Dream here that are, you know, doing a fantastic job for for providing pathways, not even not just in a sporting sense, but as an academic sense.
Yeah.
So, you know, the more of these pathways, but with purpose, for good-hearted people with the right intentions, can only mean good things going forward.
Aside Kudus and NS Myanmar, we also have the likes of Pate coming up. Do you think we've been able to produce enough talent out there in terms of for the global market?
Yeah, and I think it's positioning, and I think also one thing coming back to the earlier point with players, it's not always go straight to the biggest and coolest club. You have to think of your steps as pathways.
Okay.
You know, so you want to play at the next level where you can still play your game and develop and keep going well. If you sometimes make a jump too high, that can actually harm your development.
Oh, okay.
So you want to position yourself in a place where is a challenge, is the next step, but you can still flourish and develop there.
All right. Saying that it makes me go back to the question, like you're an 18-year-old and let's say Chelsea comes for you, or let's say Manchester City or one of the big clubs come for you, but you know you're 18 years, you're going to meet other players who are their prime, 25 years, and you have a mid-table club coming for you. Would you advise players to settle in for that mid-table club where they will get more playing time instead of going to the big clubs?
Yeah, I think on you look at it black and white, you can say, oh, the middle club would be better, but that's not always necessarily the case. It all depends. It's all relative to the situation, I feel, and you will only know by when you communicate with the club what plan do they have for you. You know, how are they communicating with you? Do you really feel that these people have got your best interests in heart to develop you? Then it's no problem going to the big club, because also being around the best, you develop more as well in that sense. So not only just get playing time, you might have less playing time, but because you're around the best, you will learn new skills and abilities and moments of the game.
Now, looking at Ghana football, well, what can we do to be among the elites out there? What can we do?
I think you can see you're bearing the fruits of the hard work that's going on in the country.
Yeah.
And I think just patience. I think it will just be a matter of time. But patience is tough when you have so much passion, and the Ghanaian fans have so much passion for their national team and want them to be the best all the time. But it's understanding transitions and being patient. But I have no doubt, and they're in great hands with the manager currently, Chris Hughton, to nurture through the next generation.
Mentioning Chris Hughton, we'll come back to that, but what do you think England is doing differently that Ghana can learn from?
England are kind of ahead in terms of their transition. So it's probably not so much learning, but it's just understanding where Ghana is in their transition compared to where England are. So yeah, so it's hard to compare both because there are slightly different transitions, I feel, in the team. I think if you let the Ghanaian squad mature for a few years, then you could probably probably needs a couple more years to mature and develop before you can compare, really.
Okay. Now, talking about Coach Chris Hughton, you mentioned him. Did you ever encounter him in the Premier League, maybe at any club level, or maybe
opposition level, and played against him quite a few times, and was a prominent character, and lastly done a fantastic job at Brighton when he was there, and a few friends of mine had played with him and spoke of him, so I'm fully confident in his abilities to be able to nurture this generation through.
Now he came into the Black Stars, and I think this is his first time of coaching a national team and looking at the terrain and all that. It looks quite difficult. Do you think the national team, we as fans, or have to be a little patient with him?
Yeah, definitely. But it's the hardest thing in football because we're so passionate and we want to win. But yeah, probably just taking half a step back and giving time and allowing growth.
England has been yearning to win the World Cup for quite some time now. We always hear it's coming home, it's coming home. At the 2022 World Cup, well, we watched the World Cup, then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Morocco managed to make it to the semis. Did it come as a surprise to you?
Yeah, but I think in tournament football especially, you have to be prepared for surprises. It's not always the informed team that is the most successful. It's for every given moment on that particular moment of the game. It's whoever can manage the occasion better.
Yeah, but looking at the Moroccan team, you think they've really developed their football to that highest level? Because they didn't start from just the men's national team. They are doing well when it comes to other...
I think they've had a cohesive kind of strategy from the top down. I haven't spoke to the association of Ghana or understood their logistics of how they're operating. I'm sure they developed a really nice centre for the Moroccan national teams to go to and to develop from. So yeah, I'm not sure the facilities that Ghanaian Black Stars have. Do you have a centralised base?
Yeah. So the GFA or the Ghana Football Association have other. When you go to other regions, we have other RFAs over the regional FAs over there.
Okay.
Then we also have the GFA. It's not far from here though. So what they do is they communicate with them and they scout players all across the country. Then they put them in the national team from the youth level all the way up there. Yeah. So that's how it is.
Yes, that's what I mean. I think they have similar processes. It's just hopefully it's just a matter of time.
Okay, well, you're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV, and my guest today is the former Chelsea player Ryan Bertrand. For the moment, we are just talking about his time in Ghana. Then we'll zoom into when he played for Chelsea and more on what he makes of the Black Stars and more. But for now, we're taking a short break, and when we return, we'll talk some more.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and you're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with Ryan Bertrand, the former Chelsea player. Ryan, in 2010, Ghana was at the verge of making it to the semi-final of the World Cup for the first time. We got a penalty at the last minute, and it was Luis Suarez. Everyone definitely got to know about it, and Asamoah Gyan kicked the ball and unfortunately missed. At that point in time, what was running through your head? Can you tell us how you remember that particular moment?
Yes, I think it gets played when I hear, I don't recall personally, but I hear through my teammates and stuff that of that moment how pivotal it was and the frustrations of the fans as well in that particular moment. But through these moments, you know, you learn and you grow. And I think there's only one place to go from that, and that is forward. So, like I said, slowly but surely, I'm sure we'll develop.
If you were Luis Suarez and you were playing for England, would you have taken that decision as well? Tough question.
Yeah, it's a tough question. One thing I would say is, I can't really answer, but one thing I would say is, when you're in that moment,
the adrenaline's high.
On there, the adrenaline's going, and you're playing for your country. You know, the mind can do crazy things. So we'll just leave it at that.
Well, among the players you played with, did you get to play with Danny Welbeck in the English national team?
Yeah, played with him.
How was the moment like playing with Danny Welbeck, knowing that he was from Ghana and naturalized to play for the English national team? Your impressions on?
Yeah, no, he was super nice guy, you know, a good friend, and you know, was a fantastic player. Had a fantastic career at Man U, and still going strong for Brighton now.
Yeah.
You know, adding value as more of a senior player. But you know, it's testament to him. You know, he's still going strong.
Yeah. Aside from Danny Welbeck, lately we've been getting some Ghanaian players that we've been trying to pursue. That is the GFA, to come and play for the national team. That is the Black Stars. We managed to get Tariq Lamptey, but we still have Edin Ketia and Callum Hudson-Odoi, the former Chelsea player, over there. Do you think we should still pursue these players as an FA?
Definitely. I think you should do. You should never close the door on anyone, especially when, you know, fantastic people that come and help the country through performance. So definitely, you know, there's some, you know, fantastic players out there, probably still need, you know, a little bit of time to think, and probably they want to establish their game fully in Europe at a domestic level, and then I'm sure it would be great if more and more of them come and join the Black Stars, for sure.
Not only for Edin Ketia and Callum Hudson-Odoi, I'm sure definitely you've heard of Rax Sechi and others. Maybe during your time with Southampton or Leicester City, you could have seen other players. When you look at players who maybe have grown in England but have not established contacts with their mother country in Africa, do you think maybe they should take an approach to maybe come back home if there's not that opportunity for countries they want to represent?
Yeah, definitely they should do if they want to play international football. And you know, there's nothing better than representing your country, you know, whichever side of your family that lies on. That's an amazing achievement, and for sure I think maybe identifying players a lot earlier at the national level to maybe provide them a pathway to senior football a lot earlier, that could probably help as well.
But what informed your decision to become a footballer growing up?
Just natural, nothing pushing me into it. I just loved it from the moment I saw it. I think I was with, you know, my dad, and he would you know, we'd just kick the ball around, and then since then I just didn't leave a ball. So yeah, I just loved it ever since.
Okay. And what was your biggest achievement in football till date? What has been your biggest achievement?
Biggest achievement? I'm gonna probably say 3 things.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to put 3 things on there.
Let's go.
Can't really separate. Actually, two things.
Okay.
2 things that are clear biggest ones is one, playing for your country. Since we're on that topic,
okay,
it was an amazing feeling. Yeah, playing at Wembley for England was amazing for anyone. The Champions League as well, winning this was an absolute crazy, amazing moment personally. And I think just below them, probably, you know, the PFA Team of the Year that was voted in the Premier League, and getting that recognition that, you know, I was the best left back in the one of the biggest leagues in the world.
Now, winning the Champions League, you made your debut in that final. That is unprecedented. How did you prepare yourself for that particular moment?
You know, I think my loans earlier in my career probably helped me. Although be it the magnitude of the games and no comparison, there was a saying I learned that always said, play the game and not the occasion. So no matter how big the game gets, try and understand that it's just another game of football. Even though it's not, but you have to try and, as much as you can, focus and just be like, it's just another game. But try and blur out the noise.
How was the experience like?
It was amazing. The approach, the day, the stadium, the the fans, everything was a true spectacle that I'll never forget.
Didier Drogba scored a goal in that particular final. What was the feeling like knowing that this was your second time of approaching the Champions League title? Bayern were looking like favourites to win it till the penalty.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. And what a story for Didier as well. I think he was leaving the club after that season. So to do it in that moment and how he, scored the goals, the vital goals, and the performance it was like a story, almost like a movie.
Yeah. And about Michael Essien, he played a vital role in that particular lead up to the final. How was it like playing with Michael Essien, training, his character and everything?
Amazing. I think when I was young coming into the squad, as a person, he helped me a lot.
Okay.
Just a nice guy to be around, and very accommodating to the youth, which is, it's very, it's a big moment when you start to step up and play with them, especially because he was such a, a legend and such a big player in the sporting sense. So, yeah.
Any funny, memorable time with Michael Essien at Chelsea?
Every day is fun with Mikey. He's always, he'll be a warrior on the pitch, but a big, laughable character in the dressing room.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. But looking at Chelsea, it's been a decade since you won that particular Champions League. Tuchel came in and they managed to do that. Now looking at the current phase under Todd Bowley and Mauricio Pochettino, do you think the Champions League might be in sight for the next 5 years?
5 years, definitely. I think 5 years, definitely. I think understanding they're in a transition. So, yeah, it'd be an interesting couple of years. But I'm sure if they develop in the right way and manage to really fulfill their potential, the players that they've bought, then hopefully from year 2, year 3, year 4, they can start to challenge again.
Yeah. Aside Michael Essien, did he get to play with another Ghanaian player, Daniel Amate?
Yeah, Dan, super nice guy as well. Yeah. Dan, great warrior. He's in Turkey now.
Yeah. Aside these two players, maybe any other player?
No, it's well back in the youth teams. Aston Villa.
Jordan Ayew, you never get to play with him?
No.
It was after he came?
No, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Played against them a few times, both of them.
But these days, one of the players who played for one of your former clubs is Kamaldeen Sulemana. What are your impressions of him?
Yeah, a very good player. I think he's a very good player and fantastic asset for Southampton to have, and I'm sure they were lucky to hold on to him. I think he had a tough start with a new manager as well to his life there, but I think him, if you look at Southampton's results of late, him coming back into the team seems to have had a positive impact on the results. So for sure he's a very dangerous player that Southampton need to utilise.
Now with you as a player, did you combine football with your books? Getting to know that you probably had attended Harvard University. How did you manage to do that?
So that was through lockdown, actually. It was an online course.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to, while I had time, I'm always trying to stay ahead of the curve in life and know that football's not going to last forever. So I'll use that moment to take a course in alternative investments through Harvard in the online space to get to know the investment landscape, because ultimately I want that to be part of my future going forward.
Okay, so it's not only about football, but you have other portfolios.
Yeah, portfolios where we can invest across the landscape of Africa, across all different sectors that are underpinned by a philosophy of helping communities as well. How can we invest in things that can help people?
Now, before we wrap up, let's talk about Eden Hazard, your former Chelsea teammate, who recently retired. Any special words for him, Eden?
Yeah, Eden was one of the best players I've ever played with, superhuman, and everybody says maybe it's too soon, he should keep going, but his career's been amazing, you know, and to finish at Madrid, not many people can say that. So yeah, he's had a fantastic career and deserves everything.
Now, who would you say is your favorite African player of all time? I'm sure you've seen Eto'o, Drogba.
So many, yeah. We have so many, which is amazing. And, you know, African players have done so much in history. I think something a bit different. I was very young watching, so you didn't really encapsulate all of my life, football life, but I think studying the game and thinking of business and moving from sports into the business of sports and investing, slightly different trajectory, but the principle is the same. I think you have to look at people like George Weah. If you think, you know, he had the humility to retrain, relearn, and now he's leading the country. So he's, you know, it's a bit of an inspiration like that, how you can be something and then retrain to establish yourself as a leading person in another field. So yeah, it's a bit of an inspiration for people to look at.
Oh, okay. Now, when it comes to Ghana, who would be your ultimate? I'm not going to say because you've played with Michael Essien. There's Suleiman Zari who came to Portsmouth. Later came to what's their name? Sunderland. Asamoah also played for Sunderland. Then we've had the Ayew brothers. Recently, you have Thomas Partey and Tony Yeboah and the likes. Who would you say your favorite Ghanaian player is?
Who's a good one? You say Yeboah?
Tony Yeboah. Yeah.
Crazy, can you imagine? Everyone wanted to score his goals, right?
Till date, how does the Leeds community treat Tony Yeboah till date? For those in Ghana, we don't know how.
I'm not sure, but we're going to go with Tony Yeboah because throughout my whole youth and still to this day, there's no better goal than scoring a crossbar and in, right? And I think his goals encapsulated all of my youth, trying to recreate his goals.
Now, if you get to create your own five-a-side team, give us 5 players who will be there.
Stop off the top. Let's say. I would say Eden Hazard for sure. In goal, you know, Peter Cech. I'd say it's going to be Chelsea, so I might sound biased, but you have to understand the players that were there. It was very tough to beat. So yeah, so I'd say John Terry.
Okay.
Eden Hazard, Peter Cech, Drogba.
Okay.
I'm trying to think outside of it now. In a second. It's probably Rooney.
Rooney. Oh,
okay.
Also, okay. That's nice. Now, since you're in Ghana, we have to do this. What's your favorite food? Or what food have you tried so far?
I tried the jollof last night, but authentic jollof for the first time, and amazing. I love spicy food, so it will go with any dish for me forevermore now.
So you're going to take jollof back home?
Everywhere,
Okay. But have you ever listened to any Ghanaian or African music? Do you know any Ghanaian musician?
Yeah, I do. I've got lots on my phone, but I need to, by name.
Stone Boy. In Ghana, we have Stone Boy, Shatta Wale, we have Sarkodie.
I'm gonna
Black Sherif.
Rings a bell.
Yeah.
I need to. I'll probably got them on my phone. I'll message you. I'll send you the ones I have later.
Yeah. But your last words for young footballers in Ghana and everyone. What would be your last words?
Stay focused. That is it. Stay focused and enjoy the process.
All right. So that's Ryan Bertrand, the former Chelsea player who won the UEFA Champions League with them as far back as 2012 and had the opportunity to play with AC. And he's talked a lot about the Black Stars and also what he'll be doing here in Ghana and more, and even said that his favorite food is jollof. Well, It's been a great time with him here on Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio. Thanks for doing the watching. See you another time.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Gwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Dr. Kotefi Nankenkane Osho Oyoswafo at the moment they do any DNSM so just say they better just say MPP Amanyoko na ono so kan who say ni just say Osha e ade a chese ne me etwa yi kra ewo MPP Amanyoko no chemu asa de MPs ministers anyone no odi bebebe Ghana ha say omo de omo support nya akoma Dr. Baumia no Osha enche yi kra if say omo ye nipa nan e no omo hwe so mbe frankatufo e de MPP Amanyoko na nso mo nyina de omo support akoma nipa baako na nso ono de emfa ho no de obi abeka Kianiki, November 4 delegate conference ne dia ade ono so bekobi na wakakoshe ni bobre.
NIB problem is more of a governance crisis, corporate governance crisis. They haven't published the account as the law requires. They haven't published it since 2015 up to today.
That's very worrying.
Very technically is worrying.
For a state-owned
because it is required that it should be published. Yeah. But they also had a view that NIB was already in trouble. No matter how much you brought in, and don't forget the development partners had money in it.
Yeah, they have a
the money they brought, yes. So they told them that you can't go and put the money in a bank that is sunk already. So that is the reason why. It's one of the reasons why they decided to form a new development bank. But I would have, from where I sit, I would have thought, would have done a proper due diligence and see how we can salvage NIB and possibly salvage ADB to keep focus on the demand banking. Because let me make this statement: no commercial bank or demand bank, universal bank will help the economy to grow.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Francis CM Aoka MPP Amanyoko na kasama for no de akoko bobi akakoto abonte de amakene Japan so chema makene Japan said de wona mountains na de bia wo bo MPP bo MPP ni hweye ne nyesa obi ama showdown na ye mumu bi e de ma sa showdown na hwehwe no so ade MPP Amanyoko nje se bibia ekoso bokon so de ko dina abonte a na nsem ebe ma ye hodo efiga na fo mu nkwa na wo ye wo se nsem bebe ho npoku a nkofo no mo be on na mo kaka cho na nyampa na so what did nyina etum na wo chesa wonam na wo MPP dimbo no si jai sa de nyesa showdown de ubenya bi pa afi mwanche bia ena John Mahama ede betu udwa se ya de achese wo court de mu na achese judges bebe wo ho no mde ade o me MPP for na we na Justice William Atuguba se de oje na home ede abetu udwa se sa nsem na John Mahama kan na ya de na kokakọ mu ne mum on for us say John Mahama so no so ba be di ade ya de obehwe ama judges be bre say wo Supreme Court onum no omo so be NDC for o say nya sa na de ne court there ade e say any Ghana for there anti say Ghana for enti na wo honum there na Ghana for hwe say de omo pe ene de omo pe nko a na wo judge no de obeye wo honum. And na kakra ni ade betu manim say ade otun for safety to the second wa hye say nya ade ma kwan ama offense hema ade obi a onsen fata akonya na betu na offense akonya no so na emom say de okopiem e wo offense kuro ni so na say ade a krom hofo say omo de ohema ne pe no eno mo so pe na say nye keke sapon de na nya ade obema kwan ama ofufuro so abetu na akonya no so otun for twema na ya ade a ohema na ma say wa say wagye sika bi e de hye no ho e force ya ma obi a onsen fata akonya na abetu na so na mo konfo de say almost say nye keke sapon dia na je say nye obia e na betina so.
I have a cousin who's a nurse whom I was laying down one time and she was like, yeah, it's definitely fibrous because you can see that it's like poking out, you know. So I went to the hospital to have them check, you know, do a scan. And the first doctor I went to was like, Sunday you're pregnant. I said, I would know if I'm pregnant, clearly. So he checked and he says, I've got very huge fibroids. I need to do surgery instantly. Like he was scaring me, the way he was going about it. So I didn't like his vibe, you know. So I went to another hospital and they said, yes, it's true, I have fibroids. They used to say I had about 8 or something. Wow. In different parts.
And we are on for another exciting edition of Talkatainment right here on GhanaWeb TV. As usual, I am your host, Elsie Lamar. Today's conversation promises to be very interesting as we have one of Ghana's finest multi-talented singers joining us right here in the studio. We have the multiple award-winning Adina Thembi. I don't know how to pronounce the full, but help me.
Yeah.
Thembi. Then the last one is what?
Ndamzi.
Ndamzi. It's a South African name, I guess.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So fill us in with your relation as far as
South Africa.
Yeah, South Africa is concerned.
Okay, so my late dad is South African, and so basically half of my family is South African. Well, that's where I got my name from. Adina Thembi Ndamzi.
Oh, okay. Did you grow up there?
I'm also Araba.
Araba. So. Hey. So you are also from Tadi?
No, I'm actually from Ejimako.
Ejimako.
I'm from the central region.
Oh, okay.
So I'm Fanti. My mom is Fanti.
Oh.
My dad is South African.
Oh, okay. So you speak Fanti too?
Yeah, I speak Fanti. I don't speak Kosa.
Oh, so okay, you're from that tribe that.
Yes. Apparently, Zulus and like other tribes also do the click, but Kosas do it more than.
What did she say more?
It's Kosa. Let me just spell it because me can't know how to.
So pronounce a word using the Nwale.
Oh no. Okay, my cousin is called Sinkobile. I don't know how to do it. I apologize for myself.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I see. So how often do you visit South Africa?
I visit when I have the time or chance. I've been in and out for about. It's been a while since I went, but yeah, I go whenever I get the chance. Yeah.
And then give us some of your fond memories.
In South Africa.
Yeah.
It's fun, always. The food is cheap. And there's so many fun places and fun things to do. It's always good to catch up with family. You know, I actually lost my uncle to COVID in 2020. So that was a bit of a bummer. But apart from that, SA is always very fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
So growing up, I know your dad is South African. Yes. Did he live with your mom at
Okay,
a
so
point?
my mom and dad met in Liberia, and that's where I was born.
Oh, okay.
That's where they had the relationship. And then that year, the year I was born, actually like 3 months after I was born, the Liberian War broke out.
Oh.
So we had to flee and come to Ghana. And he was stuck somewhere else, so he went straight to
South Africa.
Yeah. And he died like 4 years after.
But did you get to see him before? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to make this.
But how was that for you?
I mean, I didn't know he had passed away till I grew up. I was like 18, trying to like get more information about my family because we lost, touch. The only thing we remember was a letter that he wrote that got to my mom, and that was the only connection we had. We knew he was there. The numbers that he provided for us to call had all been this. It's not like nowadays that you can keep a number for so long. Back then, if they give you a number and after a while you call, so we were not able to reach family back there. So my mom just raised us by herself, with the Ghana side more. And I found out when I grew up that he had died.
What's your last memory about your dad?
My dad? I don't remember. I was a baby. Nothing. I don't have any memories.
You don't have his image, how he looks like?
I do have photos. When I went to SA, I met my aunts, my uncles, and they showed me pictures of him when he was, growing up and all that. Yeah.
So your dad and your mom, which of them had singing talents? Because I know sometimes
it's my mom. Because my dad, nobody said anything about him singing. He was a doctor. He was very about his books and he was serious. So I don't think.
I'm sure he would have said no, be a doctor too, instead of being a musician. Born,
he said I'll be called Adina and I'll sing all over the world. So
oh, okay.
I don't know where he got.
What does it mean, Adina?
Adina means gentle. Gentle. So it's like different things, but delicate, gentle, noble. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Moving away from the whole family thing.
Yeah.
Lately there have been topics regarding health issues in the country, kidney especially, with regards to dialysis. I don't know whether you've heard it.
No, I haven't.
Oh, that the cost of dialysis has increased.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, creating outrage in the country. I want to capitalize on that and ask you, because you have come out to advocate for fibroid due to your experiences. Can you take us through how this whole thing started? When did you detect? And what are some of the things you went through till?
So I suspected that I might have fibroids when I was working out a lot, but then I always had a bulge in my lower abdomen.
Yeah.
Like I would work out, I would make sure I'm sticking to the right diets, and you would notice that I would lose weight the way I wanted, but only that place there was like a bit of a bulge. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go and check and see what it is. And I think when I gave up, when I decided I was going to check, I stopped working out because I realized it wasn't because I wasn't like trying to be fit. It was something. And I noticed I was gaining more and more weight and the bulge was becoming more and more visible. So I have a cousin who's a nurse whom I was laying down one time and she was like, yeah, it's definitely fibrous because you can see that it's like poking out, So I went to the hospital to have them check, do a scan. And the first doctor I went to was like, Sunday you're pregnant. I said, I would know if I'm pregnant, clearly. So he checked and he says, I've got very huge fibroids. I need to do surgery instantly. Like he was scaring me, the way he was going about it. So I didn't like his vibe, So I went to another hospital and they said, yes, it's true, I have fibroids. They used to say I had about 8 or something.
Wow.
In different parts. But I need to go and take it out because of where it is. Because some of them were around my ovaries.
Wow.
Which is obviously how we get pregnant.
Very delicate.
Exactly. So then I went to the third doctor and they confirmed again. So that was the doctor that I ended up working with. The Tema Women's Hospital, Dr. Yabang. So she walked me through it, spoke to me, and I stuck with her because I liked how she spoke to me. I was more convinced. I didn't like the first doctor. Like I don't like the whole
yeah, right.
But this one, she had time for me. She explained how different people have come to do it, what recovery is gonna be like, how I need to take good care of my body, how I needed to do tests in the hospital to be sure that I was okay to do a surgery, blah blah blah. So yeah, I just booked a time, like I said, okay, I wanted to do it February 20th. And yeah,
this year.
No,
last
2021.
2021.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then I prepared and I went, did it. I actually took the camera, crew. So I got the documentary on my YouTube channel. And they took 16 out. So that's the thing. When you go and do the scan, obviously because the machine is not inside your body, they will see what they will see. Then when they actually open you up, they find more things. So it's normal.
Wow.
Yeah. So they took 16 fibroids out. Some very big, some little, like, you know, like an egg, some like a walnut, like, you know, all these different. But there was one that was really huge. And I didn't believe that it came out of me because even though I had the bulge in my lower abdomen, I was still a slim person. So I was like, how did this thing stay? And I was feeding on my blood and, you know, so I became very anemic for a very long time. Yeah, it was crazy. But I'm happy that it's out now.
Yeah.
And I've gone back to the hospital to check. I think I did that earlier this year. And there's nothing there. So we're hoping and praying that it stays that way.
It stays that way. What were your fears?
That I won't come out of the theater. That was my number one fear. I was scared, obviously. But I was also optimistic that, you know, we could do it. Because my sister has also had surgery for fibroids. I was like, she did it. She came out. Then I can also go and do it and come.
Did you at any point think it was going to affect childbirth?
I mean, yes, I've always thought it. I guess I would never know until I try to give birth and see if it's a problem or not. But they assured me that in the hospital that a lot of people have done it and come back and been able to give birth. So that's not really like, it's not, once you have fibroids or you have the surgery, it's not guaranteed that you're never going to be able to give birth. It depends on how your body is, how your body heals. Some people develop keloids, you know, some people swell up when they're healing. So some people end up having their tubes blocked. So the normal process of conception is not possible. But if you realize that that's your problem, the doctors can insert the sperms and make sure that you also so there are different ways to look at it. You just need to be in touch with like a very trusted doctor, someone that's knowledgeable enough to walk you through. You know, I mean, people do IVF, people do that so many ways. You just need to do your research, or else you just give up.
True. So, what are some of the lessons you drew from it that you'd want to
from the process,
from the whole journey?
That's I need to take good care of myself because that's like I only have one body, and obviously as a human being, as you're growing up, things come up. So just every once in a while, go and check. See if there's something wrong, and if you need to make lifestyle changes, you should, because this is your life. This is the only body that you have. But also, like, live for the moment. And, you know, don't wait to say, okay, maybe when I get here, then I'll do this thing. Like, achieve whatever, as in pursue the dreams that you've always wanted to pursue, because life is short. You know, you never know when you're gonna just fall and die because of some health conditions. So as you're alive and you have the opportunity, live.
The cost of fibroid treatments can be very expensive. Would you also say or try to advocate for that to be somehow, you know, subsidized for people who are still, you know?
Obviously, I would always want to, I would like to advocate so that, what's the thing called? The prices will be reduced, because not everybody that can afford a certain amount, you know, when they're doing surgeries. Some people haven't even gone to check because they're afraid of how much they'll tell them they need to pay to get the surgery done. So yes, definitely, if it's possible, I would love to you know, speak on that.
So recently there have been back-to-back protests in the country. The recent one, Occupy Julobi House and all of that. We've had celebrities come out to vent or to talk about their struggles. How is life as a musician with regards to this economy? How are you faring under this economy as an artist?
I think everybody's bleeding. It's tough. It's tough, but we're just hoping and praying for opportunities that will like help make life easier. You know, that's it. When I'm going through things, I just try to focus on the craft, focus on what it is that I'm doing that's giving me the revenue that I want. I don't know, I'm speaking in parables now. But that's it. Like, I just focus, you know, get my passion and to try not to lose that light that's inside, because life can be really, really tough, you know.
But personally, can you relate to what's happening? To the hardships.
I started a business this year. I set up my fashion business, and it's been ghetto. Like crazy. And I didn't realize how difficult it is. You know, and this was the year too that prices were shooting up. And obviously it affects how much things cost or what the total pricing of an outfit is. Therefore, clients are going to say it's too expensive. And you understand them because we're all going through it. The fuel prices too are killing you. You're not about to, like, it's crazy. So I know how challenging it is. I feel like everybody has the right to share how they really feel, and like what they did. I think it was a step in the right direction. They were going through it. They felt like they had the right to exercise. What's the thing? Freedom of speech.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it was perfect that they did that. I'm hoping that we'll be able to yield some good results, because that's the main reason why they went to go and stand there in the rain and all of that. And I hope that whatever the reasons were, they'll be able to, everything will be resolved, because Charlie is tough. Things are crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the protest was going on, Ghanaians on social media were blasting the celebrities.
Yeah, I saw.
You know?
Yeah. I saw.
Do you actually think that everybody should share an opinion on such an issue, or they have their right to remain silent over it?
Of course, I feel like it's not by force for everybody to talk about it. It would be nice if we get more voices so that it makes it louder. I think what they were saying was that we have the platform, people are looking at us, so if we join our voices, it's going to make it heavier. Which, yeah, it's a good idea, but you also don't know, like, you don't know where the person is, what they are going through, if they are able to come to their phones on that day to make such a comment or whatever it is. You can't really tell. So if people were able to make it, yeah, let's what's the bro for?
Applaud them.
Yes. If some were not able to make it, you don't know why. So I don't think it's right to be blasting them, because you don't know.
Do you also think that it's a very sensitive issue politically?
It is.
That's why artists are very careful to talk about it.
I mean, I can't speak for other people, but it is sensitive because it's political. Politics is always touchy. But there are certain artists that don't mind, you know, bringing their faces out to come and talk about some of these things, because maybe they feel like it's really, you know. But even though it's sensitive, I also feel like the topic, what they're discussing, wasn't political per se. It just had to do with what we are all going through. It's affecting everybody, you know.
But the thing is, once you come and talk about it, the government in power sees you as an opposition.
Right.
You know, because there are some artists that have come out to speak and they've got responses from politicians.
That's what.
Oh.
I'm trying to understand the
Stonebwoy came to talk, right? You saw him speaking during the protest.
But I don't remember. Like, I didn't watch it. So
a politician came out to call him out that he doesn't pay taxes, so he has no right to even talk about issues of the sort when he doesn't pay taxes. So you see where the thing is gearing to. So if things like that keep happening, it prevents artists from coming to air their views, because once you air your views, the government in power will see you as an opposition.
No, but I think everybody should have the right to freely speak their mind, as long as you're not disrespecting anybody or infringing upon anybody's rights. I think what's the reason you just gave should not be a reason why an artist, if they really feel like they should talk about it, they should talk about it. That's how I feel. I think it's our rights, isn't it? Yeah, as a citizen of the country. So
yeah. So on this note, let's take a quick breather. We'll be right back. You're watching Talk Entertainment here on GhanaWeb TV.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
And we are back here on Talk Entertainment, right here on GhanaWeb TV. And I'm still here chit-chatting with the beautiful Adina. You know my favorite song of yours?
No, tell me.
I'm on my way to the top. Never fear, no one ever stop. I ain't thinking to fall back. I keep on moving. That place, what did you say?
I'm on track.
I'm on
what
track.
What are you going to say? I want to know your own. Please tell me, because the things I'm hearing.
Namuncha.
Nothing.
Namuncha.
No mucha saying.
So I wanted to ask you what language is that?
Someone says namucha.
Namucha.
Someone says no more cho.
But that place sounds like
I'm on track.
I'm on track.
Yeah,
okay.
Obviously, because
life is what?
Life is short, so if I live, I'm
well. Hey.
If you get a chance,
cafe dough.
My party for
hustle well. So life go be JJ, oh. If you're not gonna know what you really want, it never go be JJ, oh. I'm on my way to the top. I never fear, no, I never stop. I ain't thinking to fall back. I keep on moving.
And I'm on track.
I don't want trouble, so I kept quiet. Adina, so where have you been? You have been on hibernation for a while. We've not been seeing more of you like we used to see Adina all over the place.
Yeah.
What happened?
So I'm gonna just say this year, because last year I wasn't that, out of the system. I was still doing things. But from the beginning of this year, we were ready for a new project, which is the album. So we took time off. We wanted to just say no to everything, all public appearances. So we were intentionally not doing interviews, TV or radio. We were not doing shows, like literally.
Yeah.
We just blocked off time to say we're going to go into the studio, put things together, and so that's what we did. And the album. So we're working on an album. Actually, there's an album coming out. It's already done. Like we finished working on it.
Can't wait.
And the lead single is Party, that features Kofi Kinata.
Yeah.
So that's what I've been doing, working on the album, and also building my small business on the side. Yeah.
The business that we'll talk about in chambers. But there have been rumors that since you joined Links, you've lost your bubbly self.
Hey, so I'm sad now.
No, like you are not that,
I'm not.
bubbly, active. The Adina we used to see, come on.
That's what I'm saying. So I took time off to work on the album.
But have you heard such rumors though?
No. The bubbly one, I've never heard it.
You've never heard it?
Yeah. But a lot of people were, complaining that I've been silent. And it was actually part of the plan. So when I know, if you guys have noticed that I've been silent, then it means that there's a bit of demand for me, which is a good thing still. So now that I'm back, I'm back.
There's this issue about songwriting. We've witnessed it lately between the most recent one was between Mr. Drew and Eugene, right?
Okay.
For the Case song.
What happened?
Do you
Tell me, please.
Oh, you've not heard, Adina.
No, if I tell you, I'm lying. I don't know what the details are.
Okay, so Eugene, Drew has a song out, Case. I think you've heard it before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Apparently, Eugene came out to say that he wrote the song, like 80% of the song for Drew. Meanwhile, Drew did not acknowledge him.
Oh.
And then now the song is out.
On the publishing side?
I don't know, publishing everywhere.
Right.
He wasn't acknowledged. And then he was bitterly lamenting about it.
Oh, okay.
That he feels like cheated, he feels like not acknowledged enough for his work and all of that. Do you think it is very important for artists to acknowledge their ghostwriters?
There's nothing wrong with acknowledging someone that contributed to the work. But that's why I'm asking, is it for publishing? Because
yeah, both.
Okay.
Publishing, his name is not there.
Oh,
you look at the artist on the song, Sistefia, Mufti, whatever, all of them, their names were listed, but Eugene's name wasn't there.
I don't know what happened when they were putting the things together, so I can't really say much, because every time you guys hear anything on social media or in the news, there's always some story there that we are clearly not privy to, but it's not all the time that those stories will come out, so I don't know what the details are, so I can't really talk. But all I have to say is, mostly the right thing that is done is, because I work with a lot of songwriters, sometimes there's somebody in the room when we are doing the song who will probably say, let's put the. That person is still recognized when we're doing the split sheets. So that's the right thing that needs to happen. If anybody contributes to a song, they should be given props, and then when there's royalties, they also get some money or whatever it is because they've put in work. That's just what I think.
But what do you think is the reason behind some artists failing to recognize people who wrote the songs for them?
I can't speak for them. I can't speak for them.
Especially when the song becomes a hit.
Right, because all the times I've worked with people, I always talk about it. Sometimes I even mention it on my social media. That's written by XYZ. In interviews, I'm always talking. So I can't speak for those that don't. I don't know. But even me that I used to talk about the fact that people wrote songs for me, there will be people saying, hey, you don't write a song. Why? You're not a real artist or something like that. But all the big names that you love in the world, all your Beyoncé's, all the songs that you are enjoying, when you go on Apple Music, let the song finish playing, look at the under. Nipa be 2,000 billion and a try. But you love it. And you respect them because you think they are artists, but just because it's Ghana.
Yeah.
So people need to be educated that it's normal. Songwriting doesn't mean, if you don't write your songs, it doesn't mean that you're not an artist. Because we all have different gifts. Someone's own is to play the beats, someone's own is to sing, someone's own is to write. Some people can write and sing and play beats. Great. But it doesn't make one person better than the other. We all have our unique gifts that God gave us. So, yeah.
As an artist, you probably have had down moments. Can you fill us through one of the most toughest times you've had to encounter as an artist?
As an artist, I'm thinking like I don't have tough moments. I do, but I'm trying to see. I think I think it would be when in the beginning I was trying to figure out my voice, because like I say figure out because your voice is your voice. It's like your body.
Yeah.
You might not realize that some things don't work for you until like late in your life. Then you realize, that's why my body was reacting in like this. So I think for me it was figuring out my voice and like figuring out how to balance everything in terms of my voice, like what I would eat that would help me, because I realized I have acid reflux, which I didn't really know. And if you have acid reflux, it means you need to be careful what you eat, especially on the day that you perform, because if the food doesn't digest properly, it comes right back into the throat and it makes you lose your voice. So I never understood, like I didn't even know this is what was going on in my body. So maybe it's time for a show. I say, I've not eaten today, let me eat something. I'm going to eat maybe 2 hours or 3 hours before the show. By the time it's time to go and perform, because I'm trying to jump and be active, then the thing will come back in your throat and it affects how you sound on stage. Because during the week you sounded amazing. Everything was great. But now at that particular time, because of what you ate, it had some tomatoes or something that's offsetting, then it gives you that issue. So for me, those were the challenges, like figuring out my body, my throat, my voice, the things that work for me, the foods that work for me. I went through a bit of a phase there, but now, thankfully, I know, like I figured it out. So those were challenging moments, because I hate it when it affected me on stage. Say I'm trying to hit a note and I can't, or I sing small, my voice gets tired, like, because that's why I'm there, to sing. So if it's getting tired, what's wrong with you? You know? So yeah, those were some trying times for me, but thankfully I've been able to figure it out.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There was this particular year, VGMAs. You won award, Dama, you won for dance hall. Hey.
Yes.
And like I think it was a milestone for you.
Yes, it was.
Because Adina and a lady winning that category, like it's unprecedented.
Yeah.
Were you under any form of pressure right after that?
No, I wasn't. I wasn't, because we put in a lot of work for that album, Arba album, and it yielded great results. For me, it was fulfilling, because we really put in work. Like, we go into the studio in the nights to do songs, we're chasing this idea, we're having arguments, no, this is not the one, this is the one. Like, finally, it yielded great results, and I was so happy with how far the song went, how much Ghanaians embraced it. So it was so fulfilling to see. And it taught me that if I put my mind to anything, everything is possible. Yeah.
You have a new song out, Pate, featuring Kofi Kinata. Why Kofi Kinata though?
Once we did the song, because of what the song was talking about, we just figured Kofi Kinata was the perfect fit to help us communicate the message in a very light but very interesting way as well, because we all know Kofi Kinata is like a prolific writer. He's like a dope lyricist. He knows how to play around the words that still make you know that he's rapping and also like put some fun in there and send the message across. So he was like the best fit.
Tell us about the song.
He's fancy and like he needed that kind of flavor.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Tell us about the song.
Okay, so the song is basically saying that no matter what you go through in life, like life is tough, there will always be a reason for you to, you know, save money and use it for something. There are always bills. There's always something that you need to do or stress about. School fees, electricity, water. Like the list goes on and on. So sometimes when you get the money, your salary saved, the salary is finished because of all the things that you need to do. So all I'm saying is life will always life, right? But every once in a while, take a moment or a minute and just live. You know, just breathe. Let your hair down. Like Sikana would go to your those factor favorite meal. Not travel.
Hey, sit down.
Travel because this is the life now. No, because
may change future.
Don't show future and cry. What I say. So right now, I'm not saying be careless or reckless with your money, but we need to live a little. Sometimes by the time you realize when you're before,
it's so true, Charlie.
The beer with cheer because you're always in the office now. So life problems day, but find a way to still have.
These days pressure man for pops they
don't go there. Sometimes it'll be quiet or any check. It's waste of money.
Yeah.
But it's not waste of money. You are just taking that moment to like take care of yourself. Cry any veggie. Your soul will be happy. So that's all Party is saying. So you see the message is kind of heavy. So we needed someone to like lighten it up. Because I'm not trying to be preachy because it's a dance song. You know, but I also wanted to encourage people. What's the sound now? Maybe I don't know guys who put your light blue. I know a sandwich now. Maybe I'll disconnect for and full.
Hey, now what that?
Okay.
Now what that sumo?
You will not die.
Please, this advice is a bad advice from Martina.
Please don't listen to this advice.
50 Ghana, no the koto benku. Nada is mosquitoes very well. Anyway, so if Adina is not in the studio recording or on stage somewhere performing, what is Adina doing?
I'm either home or I'm at work at Tem Republic, my fashion company, you know, putting ideas together. Because,
What's some of the things you do to distress?
Relax, go to the beach. Or take time out, like some hidden spots that nobody knows.
Now, inspiration.
Yes, yes.
I see. What's the worst rumor you've heard about yourself?
I was going to say that I'm pregnant, but that's not bad because it's good news, right? That was when I had well, it was actually after my surgery, but my body was still healing, so I still had, you know, anyway. Worst rumor? Oh, that I've bleached my skin. Because I don't bleach. So it's the worst for me because for as long as I can remember, I've been fair. And if the people that know me from when I was young, no. So if anybody that doesn't know me comes to say, hey, I didn't know what, I'm like, so it's not even worth like the energy. Do you understand? Because you don't even know what you're talking about.
Did you see my face when you said I bleached?
Really?
Because I saw you in 2018. I'm seeing you now, and it's the same skin color. So
2018 is not even far.
Like, where's
the people that knew me from 19? What I say? Because they know when I'm walking in the sun and I look like I'm coming to if anything, I'm going to explode because I'm so fair in the sun. And for so many years,
Okay, Adina, tell us your last words for your fans.
Party is out. Party is out featuring Kofi Kinata. Please go and stream. The video is out as well. And please stream the music. But thank you so much for all the support so far. You have been saying I've been hiding. I'm back now. So don't ask me what happened.
Give us a little something, Party.
Which part of the song, sir?
The fun, the most interesting part.
Well, the party day, Okay, so when I say where the party day, then you say eh.
Okay, please record us. I want this part.
Where the party day?
Eh.
Share the joy and feel the vibe. Where the party day?
Eh.
Forget your problems, make we dance. Where the party day?
Eh.
And I end up over there, where the party day?
Eh.
And the Jane in Tina, yeah, hold on, touch up, hold on, show, hold on, touch up. I like the dance.
Please, the A isn't finished.
Where am I here with the party day?
Okay, on this A note, we come to an end of this episode of Talk Assignment here on GhanaWeb TV. I've had a lot of fun on set actually with Adina. Was it the same with you?
Yes, I had
yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you too. Thank you for coming. We come your way another time, and till then, be good and stay blessed. We are out.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products, Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramian the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Dr. Kotefi Nankenkane Osho Oyo Swafo e de more mind eduani di insem so nyese se o de abetu jase MPP amanyoko na ono so kan hu sese ni de se o sha e ade a chese ni o me etwe yi kra e wo MPP amanyoko no che mu ase de MPs ministers anyone no odi bebebe organa ha se o mo do support nya akoma Dr. Baumia no o sha enche yi kra if you say no mo ye nipa nan e no mo hwe so mbe frankatufo e de MPP amanyoko na nso mo nyina do mo support akoma nipa baako na nso no de emfa ho no de obi abeka Kianiki, San November 4 delegate conference, Nedia, I do on so Bekobi, no Hakosha in Bobre.
NIB problem is more of a governance crisis, corporate governance crisis. They haven't published the account as the law requires. They haven't published it since 2015 up to today.
That's very worrying.
Very technically is worrying.
For a state-owned
because it is required that it should be published.
Yeah.
But they also had a view that NIB was already in trouble. No matter how much you brought in, and don't forget the development partners had money in it.
Yeah, they have
the money they brought, yes. So they told them that you can't go and put the money in a bank that is sunk already. So that is the reason why. It's one of the reasons why they decided to form a new development bank. But I would have, from where I sit, I would have thought, would have do a proper due diligence and see how we can salvage NIB and possibly salvage ADB to keep focus on the demand banking. Because let me make this statement: no commercial bank or demand bank, universal bank will help the economy to grow.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck like I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Francis CM Aoka MPP Amanyoko na kasama for no de akoko bobi akakoto abonte de amakene Japan so chema makene Japan said de wona mountains na de bia wo bo MPP echu bo MPP echi ne hweye ne nyesa obi ama showdown na ye mumu bi e de ma sa showdown na hwehwe no so ade MPP Amanyoko nje se bibia ekoso bokon so de ko dina abonte a na nsem ebe ma ye hodo efiga na fo mu nkwa na wo ye wo se nsem bebe ho npoku a nkofo no mo be on na mo kaka cho na nyampa na so what did nyina etum na wo chesa wonam na wo MPP dimbo no si jai sa de nyesa showdown de ubenya bi pa afi mwanche bia ena John Mahama ede betu dwa say ade a chese wo court de mu na chese judges bebe wo ho no mde ade o me MPP for na we na Justice William Atuguba say de oje na home ede abetu dwa say sa nsem na John Mahama kan na ade na kwakakọ mu mum onfo asese John Mahama say ono so ba bedi ade ade obehwe ama judges bebe chese wo Supreme Court onum no omo so be NDC for o say nyesa na ade ne te court de ade chese ye ni Ghana for de anti say Ghana for enti na wo honum de na Ghana for hwe say de omo pe ene de omo pe nko a ena wo judge ne de obeye wo honum ena kakra ni de betu manim say ya de otumfo say to the second wa hwe say nya de ma kwan ama offense hema e de obi a onsen fata akonya na betu na offense akonya no so na emom say de okopiem e wo offense kuro ni so na say ya de a krom hofo say omo de ohima ne pe no eno mo so pe na say nye keke sapon de a na nya de obema kwan ama ofufuro so abetu na akonya no so otumfo twema na ya de a ohima na ma say wa say wagigi sika bi e de hye no ho e force ya ma obi a onsen fata akonya na betu na so ne mo konfo de say almost say nye keke sapon dia na say nye obi a ene betina so
Currently, as we speak, there are about 180 persons on death row, and they are all there because of murder. Yes. So if you amend the Criminal Offences Act, at least that would cover murder.
Welcome to Legal Agenda. My name is Matilda Boatenati, and today we are looking at the general human rights issues in the country. I have with me here Genevieve Partington, who is the country director for Amnesty International Ghana, to help us discuss this. You are welcome, Madam Genevieve.
Thank you so much, Matilda.
First of all, I will congratulate you for helping Ghana, your continuous call for the abolishment of death penalty, making Ghana the 29th in Africa. Yes. Can you throw more light on this and how you were able to make this come to pass?
Yes, so thank you so much for congratulating us. In fact, it was a group effort. Okay. We had a coalition of CSOs and other partners who believed in the abolition of the death penalty. It's been something that Amnesty International has been doing for years now. We've been fighting for the abolition of the death penalty. So at the beginning, based on recommendations from the Constitution Review Commission, which was in 2011, they met in 2011, I believe, and they made some recommendations. They recommended that within the 1992 Constitution, we should change the death penalty to life imprisonment. And we all know through that recommendation, a referendum would have to be done.
Definitely.
But referendums are expensive. I mean, let's not, dilly-dally about it. It's something that will be very expensive for our country. Back then, in 2011, 2012, although these recommendations came up, it would be very difficult for our country to do a referendum. So based on that, we really had to look back at things and re-strategize. Okay. And that is where we went into a consultation process with one lawyer called Lawyer Martin Pebu.
Okay.
And I mean, he's a very smart gentleman, and he brought up a very strategic idea of just amending the Criminal Offences Act. And once we amend the Criminal Offences Act, we'll be able to at least abolish the death penalty to some extent. Because currently, as we speak, there are about 180 persons on death row, and they are all there because of murder.
Yes.
So if you amend the Criminal Offences Act, at least that would cover murder. So, you know, that started a consultative process, and that's when Honorable Francis Xavier Sosu also came on board, the MP for Medina. Yes, he's a human rights activist as well, and also a lawyer. So at the time we were consulting with him, he wasn't an MP, he was just a lawyer, human rights lawyer, and an aspiring MP. So through that, he also said, okay, why don't we present it as a private member's bill? And it was through that we began the whole campaigning and, you know, very pushy with media engagement and all those things. And I must say, yes, Amnesty spearheaded this, but there was still so much support from key government officials, from CSOs and things like that. And I'm happy that at least once the consultative process began and we were able to place the bill in Parliament. Now, you'd be surprised, this just happened last year. So within 1 year, although it took a lot of years of campaigning and strategic meetings, we've been able to achieve something great in Ghana's history. And even after they voted in favor of amending the Criminal Offences Bill and the Armed Forces Act, because that also came later on, through that, after they did that, the president actually assented to it within a week.
Okay.
The president signed the bill into law. So I think that is a great achievement for Ghana, something that we are extremely proud of. And as a people, we should be proud of this. Yes.
So do you see some challenges, or have you identified some human rights challenges in the country, in Ghana specifically?
Oh, absolutely. You know, Amnesty International, every year, we come out with a human rights report. And that human rights report talks about the key abuses, human rights abuse across the world. And with Ghana, there are very specific ones. You know, there's been an increase in police brutality. We all know that. There's also been an increase in, you know, the rights for freedom of expression. Journalists are being attacked, you know, not just on social media, but physically. And, you know, there's a lot of discrimination on marginalized groups. And when I talk about marginalized groups, we're talking about women, children, and then the LGBTI community. All that, yes, our human rights record is not exactly great. And then, of course, we have to talk about witchcraft accusations as well. This is something that is very serious within, you know, human rights abuses in Ghana. There's not a day goes by that we don't hear about an older lady being accused of a witch and being lynched in public. You know, so, you know, Amnesty, we are trying our best to do a lot of public education on these issues. And then there's the issue of forced evictions. We used to work a lot on forced evictions as well. So all these things, yes, Ghana, we're making progress, but there are definitely some specific human rights abuses that we need to do more.
You were specific on some of the challenges.
Yes.
So let's discuss this media freedom.
Yes.
The free speech of the journalists and what's happening to them. We heard about the allegedly NDP tags who went to UTV to attack them.
Yes.
So we've not heard from you on it. What is Amnesty International?
Well, I mean, we definitely condemn any type of physical violence. It doesn't matter the provocation or you can't justify violence, okay? So Amnesty International, we protect the rights of everyone, and we definitely condemn violence in any form because it's inhuman and it's intolerable. Normally we don't, there's so many, the thing is there are just so many human rights abuses and issues that come up in Ghana, and we can't comment on everything. Otherwise, then it becomes sort of reactive, monotonous within the media space. What we try and do is that, yes, we come out and condemn certain issues, and then others, we do a lot of backdoor work, do some research, background checks, and then try and see, okay, how are we able to shape this and do something that will impact the society positively? So it takes research, it takes consultation with, you know, the parties involved, and then how best we can also support whichever victim of abuse, and so it's a lot of analytical work that goes into it.
But do you think Amnesty International is doing enough, or because of the cases you get every time, you kind of get overwhelmed with issues? Because a lot of, I don't know whether a lot of people even know the activities you do here in Ghana. So
yes, so Amnesty, we do a lot of advocacy, human rights education, public education. In terms of cases of abuse, we don't handle cases because we don't have lawyers. It's not a law firm, or So what we do is that if you bring cases, specific cases on human rights abuses, yes, we can maybe push the case, do some consultation with you. However, we work a lot with STRAJ.
Okay.
Yes, we have to work a lot with STRAJ, the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. And we push the cases to them, we refer it to them, and then we follow up on it because they have investigators. So that's what we do. So that is one thing Amnesty does. But what we do is a lot of human rights education. So we do that in schools, communities, and we're a membership-based organization. So you wouldn't believe, but we actually have about 6,000 members in Ghana, and they are spread across the country. So what we do is that we train our members to also train others in terms of human rights. So we look at freedom of expression. We look at ending discrimination. We look at gender equality, and more specifically like domestic violence, rape, menstrual hygiene. That's one of the campaigns we are on currently. So we do a lot in that aspect. And then protection of human rights defenders is also one aspect, like where you are talking about the journalists, having their rights abused.
Yes.
We also look at that as well, definitely.
Okay, but you spoke about earlier. You spoke about the witches.
Yes.
Every time, I mean, someone is tagged as a witch.
Yes.
And I don't know whether you know that in Ghana we have about 8 witch camps. I
think there are 6 right now. Yes.
6 right now. So
yes.
What are you doing about that?
So that as well, we work with also a coalition. You hear me using coalition a lot because I believe in collaborative work. I believe in partnership, and you can't do much without partnering. So we're collaborating with a number of CSOs and governments as well. Ministry of Gender is on board. We have a coalition that is looking at the witchcraft accusations bill. It was through this coalition that we were able to push the bill to be passed. Now, the president hasn't signed the bill into law, so we are trying to do more advocacy on that. The same coalition went to visit Gambaga just a few months ago to analyze the situation there. We're working, Mental Health Authority is on that coalition as well.
And these camps have been there for a while.
Yes. So I know that the long-term situation is that we plan on closing down the camps in the long term. So what is happening is that we are trying to draw up a roadmap. This is being done with the Ministry of Gender, a roadmap on how best to close the camps, because you can't do it immediately. Because the argument is some of these women, it's like a safe haven for them. However, it's a safe haven away from their communities that have ostracized them. However, it's supposed to be somewhere temporary. It's not supposed to be permanent stay, right? Okay. So some of the women there have psychological challenges. Some of them do not have livelihoods, things like that. So I know, there's a lot of work going into checking the psychological challenges of the women there. I know they are looking at skills development. And I know there's also a discussion going on how many of them want to be reintegrated back into their communities or moved into another community. And we have to look at the repercussions. So something like this, it's really on a case-by-case basis, and it involves a lot of consultative work, going there, talking to the leader of the different witch camps. So all this, we have to look at it. It's going to be a slow process, unfortunately. But I know work is being done. I know.
Talking about getting support, do you get enough support from the government? Because you see, we are looking at human rights issues, and day in, day out, we see people's rights have been abused every time.
Yes.
They are being abused. Do you get enough support from
So we do get support from the government, not necessarily on all issues, but we consult with the government, and it's not just, Ghana is a democracy, so it's not just about government, it's about parliament, and it's about the people. So we have to get support from all these three, not just governments, because in order to pass laws, government needs parliament, and parliament to pass laws, they need support of the people. So Amnesty faces the same process when it comes to human rights abuses. We need the support from people, from government, from parliament. Now the issue is, not everybody understands that this is a human rights abuse. We have to understand that. So a lot of education has to be done, a lot of public education. I'll give an example, the death penalty. Not everyone felt it needed to be taken out of Ghana law.
Of course,
yes. And even some were parliamentarians and some were government officials, you understand. So a lot of lobbying and education had to be done on why it's not feasible in Ghana. And there are just so many arguments. People say, oh, it deters. Guess what? It doesn't. There are statistics, there's data that actually shows that death penalty does not deter crime. It doesn't.
Okay.
There's statistics for that. And there's also statistics that show that, unfortunately, within our system in Ghana, most of the people on death row are from a particular class.
Okay.
It's not me and you that is going to be on death row. Some people can pay, in fact, can pay your way, and you go and murder someone, you pay someone, and you won't, you will not be acquitted. Nothing will happen to you, basically. And unfortunately, it's people who come from poor backgrounds who end up in jail for petty crimes, for murder and things like this.
It means people shouldn't have confidence in our justice system.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that our justice system is not perfect.
Okay.
And that is normal in this country. We're a developing country. Every justice system in the world has loopholes, and Ghana is part. Our justice system is not perfect. And because of that, the system does not help those coming from poor backgrounds. And unfortunately, when you go and look at the statistics, most of the people on death row are from poor backgrounds.
Okay.
So what does this mean? Some of them, not all, some of them maybe didn't face a fair trial. Some also did not understand what they've done and the consequences, you see. You'll be surprised that some people think I can commit a crime and I wouldn't go to jail, or,
True.
So again, it's education, and that is what we really try and push at Amnesty as well.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
So, what do you do? Talking about this rights, there are some specific, I don't want to go into LGBTQ and other stuff, but there are some rights which, because of the culture of the people, they refuse to acknowledge it, that these are rights of the people. So in such circumstances, what do you do? Do you put sanctions on such countries? Because, like you said, the government work with the people come back to, and I mean, so how do you do this? How do you
I mean, Amnesty International doesn't have a right to be putting sanctions on anyone. We can do recommendations. So just like the United Nations, so the United Nations Human Rights Council, they have a process called the Universal Periodic Review of Human Rights. So usually this process is every 5 years, where they consult CSOs. Now, it's a very serious process. They consult CSOs and look at the human rights situation in every country. And based on, because you know governments put in their reports for human rights situations, but you know, they also want a different view from CSOs so that they can compare the views. So when they get this report, UPR reports from the people, then they are able to make recommendations. I know recently, I think they had it in 2022, there was 2017, and then they had 2022. And they came up with more than 200 recommendations on human rights issues. And then Ghana has to sit down and decide, okay, what can we work on within the next 5 years? You understand? And through that process, Ghana is able to see, okay, we're not doing this right. How can we change this? What can we do better? And again, like any law, any issue you bring up, yes, you have to do that public education. You have to talk to people. There needs to be dialogue. People need to understand, why is this an abuse? It's the same way domestic violence. People could justify hitting their spouse. Now, I'm not going to be specific about hitting wife or husband because it can happen both ways. People justify it.
Right.
Like, this person was rude to me, so I slapped the person. And then you have to educate the person, no, that's wrong. It's a human rights abuse. You can't physically abuse someone regardless of the gender. You know, so it's about talking about issues. You have to talk. Culture, it's a very argumentative thing, and I do believe that everybody has their culture and needs to keep it. However, there are certain things in the culture you have to change it. Like the way we accuse older women of being witches. Nobody is saying, we have our suspicions, you know, we say, oh, this person's a witch, this person is... I think our culture likes to be suspicious. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, when you act on the suspicion and go and physically abuse someone, that is the issue. So it's the same with other issues. Maybe you might not subscribe to something. Maybe you don't like something, or you don't think this is right because it's not part of your culture. That's actually okay, because it's your opinion. But the moment you act on that and it hurts someone in the process, that becomes a human rights abuse. And I think people need to make that difference. You understand?
So, talking about recommendations, if you make recommendations and the people who are supposed to act on it are not doing it, then of what uses?
Yeah, so, you know, this is, again, it boils down to international law, because every state is sovereign. We have some level of sovereignty. So, yes, things can be recommended, and Ghana does well. I mean, we've signed on to a lot of treaties, we've ratified a lot of things. And I believe the current government and previous government, they all are for human rights, like better human rights situation in Ghana, okay? However, it's a consultative process and it involves a lot of people. So based on that, sometimes some laws, you know, take time to pass, and then again, I will talk about education. There are people that have never even heard that maybe there's a law you can go to jail for accusing someone of being a witch and acting on it.
They don't know.
They don't know. So how are you able to tell someone, no, this is wrong? You can't beat your child with a chair. You know, sometimes some people do that, a stick. For the child to be bruised, it is child abuse. But, you know, this is something that has been part of our culture, right? Who wasn't beaten, you know? And now we are saying don't beat. There are other measures for correcting your child. So all this is education, and education cannot be done in one day. It's something that's a process. You have to continue talking to people. we have male champions, what we call male champions for sexual and gender-based violence. So some of these male champions, they form groups like boys clubs, and they talk about, you know, beating women and gender equality, and they explain, and you'll be shocked the kind of arguments that happen. And you know, it's okay because it's a safe space to argue, debate, so that everybody's opinions are heard, and then through that you let them understand that no, this is wrong and this is why we are saying it's wrong. So it's going to take time. Behavioral change takes time, but you know, we are working, we'll get there one day.
I just want us to go straight to your website and some of the things you do. Looking at child's rights, when you look at the convention, Article 42,
yes,
you have, amongst your duties is to educate children and adults about child's rights, which seldom happens.
Yes.
Because ignorance of right put children at greater risk of abuse, discrimination, and exploitation. Is Amnesty International pushing the campaign?
Yes,
so hard?
Absolutely. So again, we do advocacy. So when we talk about advocacy, we're talking about laws. We're talking about, you know, changing laws and then how those laws impact people. So we do a lot of that, but we also do a lot of public education. And that public education, we do it a lot in schools, junior high schools, senior high schools, and tertiary schools. We, depending on the subject, then we talk about them. So for example, right now, when we talk about freedom of expression, we're looking at protests. When we talk about, because you know there's been a lot of protests in Ghana.
Lately.
So yes, so we are looking at protests. When we talk about gender equality and non-discrimination, we are looking at women and domestic violence, sexual and gender-based violence, and we're also looking at menstrual hygiene. So with menstrual hygiene, we're looking at the schools, and you know, through menstrual hygiene, we're talking about school retention. You know, if somebody doesn't have a sanitary pad or doesn't know that, okay, I'm in my menses, you know, I'm not coming to school because I don't have a pad. You know, this actually happens. And so we do a lot of education on that. You know, we try and supply pads to certain schools, underprivileged schools, and we look at that. And then we also talk about child marriage. All those things are part of the human rights education that we do.
I think in Ghana, the child abuse start right from birth. I mean, realize that even at birth, you don't have an identity. Because, and I know these are some of the things that Amnesty International is, educating people on.
Absolutely.
But the system is such that even when you want to, I know a lot of adults that, they have to go before they go to the birth and death registry to get their birth certificate. So what are you doing?
So in that aspect in particular, we do not work on birth registration, but I know UNICEF is working a lot on birth registration because it's very important, especially in the judicial system, where if a child commits a crime, now they are determining whether the person is a minor or an adult. And most of these people don't have birth certificates.
Where children have committed some form of crime
and condemned to the adults. Yes. So because of that, I know UNICEF is doing a lot of work in terms of birth registration in order to establish that fact that, okay, you have an identity and this is your age. So I know in that aspect, that's what you said. So that's why I say it's a collaborative. We can't do all. Amnesty International is in 80 plus countries around the world. However, we're activists, we're human rights activists, and we try and work on as many issues contextually. What's happening in Ghana, we focus on the issues that are really affecting Ghana. However, there are some issues that definitely we have to share the pie. So, we collaborate with other NGOs or donor partners that work on the same issues.
Let's look at the state of our prisons.
Yes, prison conditions.
The prison condition is so bad. You see that they are so overcrowded.
Yes.
And sometimes people get out of the prisons and rather get worse than how they even entered.
So the thing with prison, okay, the general standard for prisons is it's supposed to be a reformative center, not just for punishment, but you're also supposed to come out reformed.
Exactly.
So I know prisons is doing a lot. They have a lot of skills development within the prison. So you can learn different skills. I'm aware of that for both the women's and men's side. But they still need support, okay? And then I know the feeding. Feeding currently at prisons is 1 cedi 80 pesos for the whole day. It's not per meal.
So you can imagine the kind of meal that they will be.
What can you, even KK is 5 cedis, so that KK is too small for you. So yeah, so Amnesty is really trying to appeal to governments to increase the feeding allowance for prisoners. But we're also working with other CSOs like Post Foundation, Legal Resources Center, and we're looking at what do you call it? We're looking at the prison conditions, but also trying to do non-custodial sentencing. So non-custodial sentencing simply means community service for petty crimes. So those that have stolen a goods, you know, so that they are not on remand. Because in Ghana, when you're on remand, you are put in prison.
Yes.
And you are waiting
yes.
to be heard. And, you know, we are working a lot with the judicial system, with some of the other CSOs to see, okay, what can we do to ease up the situation in prisons? Because I hear, as we speak, I think the prison is 40% over capacity.
Yes.
So we are really trying our best in those terms to see how best we can help. So it's basically the feeding allowance that we're looking at. We're also looking at supporting prisons for skills development. And then we're looking at the non-custodial sentencing. Yes.
All right.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na dear makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. We are making sure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amounts mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Dr. Kotefi Nankenkane Osho Oyo Swafo e de more mind eduani di insem so nyese se o de abetu jase MPP amanyoko na ono so kan ho sese ni jese so hwa e ade a jese ne o me etwe yi kra e wo MPP amanyoko no otwe mu ase de MPs ministers anyone no odi bebebe organa ha se o mode o support nya akoma Dr. Baomia no osha enche yi kra if you say no mo ye nipa nan e no mo hwe so mbe frankatufo e de MPP amanyoko nanso no mo nyina do mo support akoma nipa baako nanso ono de emfa ho no de obi abeka Kianiki, San November 4 delegate conference, ne day, I do on so bekobi, no hakoshe ni bobre.
NIB problem is more of a governance crisis, corporate governance crisis. They haven't published the account as the law requires. They haven't published it since 2015 up to today.
That's very worrying.
Very technically is worrying.
For a state-owned
because it is required that it should be published.
Yeah.
But they also had a view that NIB was already in trouble. No matter how much you brought in, and don't forget the development partners had money in it.
Yeah, they have
the money they brought, yes. So they told them that you can't go and put the money in a bank that is sunk already. So that is the reason why. It's one of the reasons why they decided to form a new development bank. But I would have, from where I sit, I would have thought, would have done a proper due diligence and see how we can salvage NIB and possibly salvage ADB to keep focus on the development banking. Because let me make this statement: no commercial bank or development bank, universal bank will help the economy to grow.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck like I want you. say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
I don't make one kasa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Francis CM Aoka MPP Amanyoko na kasama for no de akoko bobi akakoto abonte de amakene Japan so chema makene Japan said de wona mountains na de bia wo bo MPP echubo MPP echi ne hweye ne nyesa obi ama showdown na ye mumu bi e de ma sa showdown na hwehwe no so ade MPP Amanyoko nje se bibia ekoso bokon so de ko dina abonte a na nsem ebe ma ye hodo efiga na fo mu nkwa na wo ye wo se nsem bebe ho npoku a nkofo no mo be on na mo kaka cho na nyampa Nenso waje ni nyina etum na wo chesa wonam na wo MPP dimbo no si jai sa de nyesa showdown de ubenya bi pa afi mwanche bia ena John Mahama ede betu dwa se ade a chesa wo court de mu ana chesa judges bebre wo ho no mde ade o me MPP for na we na Justice William Atuguba se de oje na home ede abetu dwa se sa nsem na John Mahama kan na ade na kwakaka mu na mum onfo asese John Mahama se ono soso ba bedi ade ade obehwe ama judges bebre chesa wo Supreme Court onum no omo so be NDC for o se enye sa na ade ne te court de ade chesa ye ni Ghana for de anti se Ghana for enti na wo honum de na Ghana for hwe se de omo pe ene de omo pe nko a ena wo judge ne de obeye wo honum Ena kakra ni ade betu manim say ya de otumfo say to the second wa hye say nya ade makwan ama offense hema ade obi a onsen fata akonya na betu na offense akonya no so na emom say de kopiem e wa offense kuro ni so na say ya ade a krom hofo say omo de ohema ne pe no eno mo so pe na say nye keke sapon de a na nya ade obemakwan ama ofufuro so abetu na akonya no so otumfo twema na ya ade a ohema na ma say wa say wagiti sika bi e de hye no ho e force ya ma obi a onsen fata akonya na betu na so ni mo komfo de say Almost say nye keke sapon dia na say nye obia ene betina so
All is set for the 2023 Odriwa Festival, one of Ghana's biggest festivals. And this year, GhanaWeb is here to bring you all the events as they happen. Today being the first day of the week-long event, some chiefs and youth of the town will be going around to clear the path and usher in the Odriwa. We are currently in front of the Okuapehenes Palace, and from here we'll be moving to the Bemuhenes Palace together with the chiefs and the youth of the town. Before this, a gong or a drum was played to announce to everyone around that this event is going to happen. So if you want to join, you come along. So as I said, we'll be bringing you every detail as it happens. My name is Wanda Ami Edwasari. Let's do this together. Odriwa is a beautiful festival celebrated by the Ikuapams annually, but that hasn't always been the case. Remember a time when the late Kontihene of Ikropong told the People and Places team about this festival when we visited 3 years ago to learn about the Ikuapam people. Let's remind ourselves with a short video from that interview. What does Odriwa mean?
Odriwa means purification.
Purification.
Okay. You see, it's the time, we purify the whole area. Because we've been, the whole year, we've been through so many things. And Adai, to the 9th point, we start the Odriwa Festival. And that time, Ikuapam City and State, we slaughter sheep and other things, to offer prayers for the state and the nation as a whole.
Okay, so you mentioned the Adai, after which the Odriwa follows.
Yes.
And what is the Adai?
The Adai, that is the time the stools, where we say they are sleeping. So we have to unlock them and then we bring them out and then we pour libation on it. We feed them, to get them know that we've entered into another set of.
You feed the gods?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
With what?
With mashed yam, white and red, with eggs to feed them. Then we offer a sheep to the stools. Then, we make merry.
Before Odriwa is celebrated, no one is allowed to bring yam to Ikropong. Odishia Kofi Siedu explained the purpose of this to us.
Yang account for Nebumuno. Yasha, Adeduanyang sa Koron na Yebutu Adai. Yebutu Adaya. Ode, Yamufre ne Bayre ne one crown, and Mekruma. A maha. It's Yedi Coqua se Bayre, near Munamo friend Bayre, near Mudim Brimbremodi chips and our friends say all day. Near would be our cocoa, singer, a down black bino, and near Bayre, and none a pie, and son, Adebia, Nang Chino, ya baby. Inti Odriwa she shemuno Edria ne Jordan Yakobokwan One anonymous share from Mamburubi and young Krangaden Mamburubi Okobokwan we are enebra Banyaba sorry anopa a man near wine for Bay we are Wabahurunkunga.
Okay. The day starts with the beating of the drums to inform the selected people who are part of the path clearing process that it is time and that all willing to participate should get ready and gather at the palace.
Wakobokwan Amamprobi one honey yokofa Ujiradeba. Tiakobokwan penning bekoho.
The drummer comes out 3 different times to beat the drum, and after the last beating, the team at the palace set off to the Edumhene's palace. Here too, the drum is played 3 times while libation is poured. The Edumhene then leads the team to the Bemhene's palace, where those embarking on the path clearing exercise gather. The Bemu Mantehene Nanampem Dako was kind enough to brief us on activities of the day.
Enedumedini ye odwirano asase tetefo ahihye to ho 200 years ahihye to ho enene ye na asase de bia ana otena ayo odwira brada aba na baby a yebeko akofo odwira na bre ekwapaman no eye kwan a ese ye kodoso eye amane ha eye nwuram kwan ese ye kodoso ye konso a eye yenko ye ne mpani ahefo bebre ene ye ko ne mranate ye ko eye amane a ewo ho a de bia ye.
We'll get more information about today's activities later, but for now, let's enjoy the display of culture at the Bemuhinis Palace. Once they are ready to leave, libation is poured and the team makes their way back to the Okiapihinis Palace. That gunshot scared me, and just so you know, it wasn't the last. You keep hearing these sounds from now till I sign off. Odishia Kofi Esiedu tells us why the guns are fired.
Ekurapon kurodia iwom. Ofibia ni muyamane. Se nananom be konsorima anka ubehu amane ankasa. Biem ono esono na amane esono edumhene amane wokwa esono nkonwasuafo amane oye esono nkobia hene amane esono giasafo amane awoye ofibia ni mu amane me wo ba mi fia wo hwe ma amane abakase aden esono ma amane kora don bi wa ya menkasa obia no misi wokom ti wanhwe abakase meboyafu ma amane ne nti otu ni tuo de kasasa afenadu yo yo waroko ama nienti tuo ni se tuo to na ya to ni nyina se ya ba ha ya be kwan kan no nso na ne etene se mutume kwa na dom ahia nti wo de ba tuo ma hu se dom bi ba otamase dom bi ba nti ye nkopo mu mfa ye nsa nko ye kwa ye kurati wo hia ya na ye be hia ene de men kan na ada Ukwe Mantias.
na wori jamo kwanne ebi echi be yin pa sia no energy na sadio de be wori jamo kwan be bi ese pe mai e wan san bo ko ne si ye shia bo ana be kwan sia de kakra be gu fe de kwan na tie Namu, wo mani chu, eni chu e ban, eni chu e ban. Bajo, treasure away. Me kashia fora. Treasure. Bajo. Ye mo be. Hola.
Nyatene se wobekwa adum hene fo wobesi a chene so ha wode bekwa akọfa adum hene wo fa adum hene wi a wobekwa akọfa be mo hene sa mere na nkobi afo ni gasefo abehia na won aba sere kwan bia na wokọ enya be mo hene de a enya adum hene de a eyo ohene ne ne koma mpanyin de a ti won aba sere obema wonsa na won so de bia ma wo wasra wa nananom se da no wo fie obi abose mpanyimfo bi betena te chikura mbeka ho wa sre se wore ko no wagya won kwan de sika aka ho se mudu kwan so ya muntonsu
The Bemuhini and his team are finally ready to make their journey to Mamprobi, the sacred forest. They make their way through the town, and we were allowed to go with them through the first bush path they took. As Odeshia Kofi Siedu told us, gunshots are fired throughout this journey. Also, the Bemuhini pours libation at vantage points as the team makes its way into the forest. So this is the end of the road for us. We've been walking for close to an hour from the Bermuhine's Palace, where our journey began. The rest of the journey, as tradition demands, is for the chiefs, the elders, and some youth of the community who will be going to the shrine. And that's how we wrap up this edition of People and Places on GhanaWeb TV. We are reporting live from Ekropong, and we are bringing you all the details of Ojuwa 2023. There's more to follow, so stay with us. My name is Wanda Ami Edwasari.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na dear makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Dr. Kotefi Nankenkane Oyo Swafo at the more minded you and the DNSM, so just say, they better just say, if you're man, you corner. Or no, so can we say, any just all shy, and had the artist, and you may a tray cry, oh, MP Amon, which you must say, MPs, ministers, anyone or the baby bill, Ghana has a modern support in our Dr. Baumiano. Or shy in tray cry, if you say, no more any pan 9, and almost some bear francatifo at the Amon Piamon, and so Munina, the most support our command Pabaco. Now, so no dear, and found only the Biabeca. Kiane King, San November 4 Delegate Conference, Nedia, I do on this Bekobi, no Hakosha in the Bobbre.
NIB problem is more of a governance crisis, corporate governance crisis. They haven't published the account as the law requires. They haven't published it since 2015 up to today.
That's very worrying.
Very technically is worrying.
For a state-owned,
because it is required that it should be published.
Yeah.
But they also had a view that NIB was already in trouble. No matter how much you brought in, and don't forget the development partners had money in it.
Yeah, they have it.
The money they brought, yes. So they told them that you can't go and put the money in a bank that is sunk already. So that is the reason why. It's one of the reasons why they decided to form a new development bank. But I would have, from where I sit, I would have thought, would have done a proper due diligence and see how we can salvage NIB and possibly salvage ADB to keep focus on the demand banking. Because let me make this statement: no commercial bank or demand bank, universal bank will help the economy to grow.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck like I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Francis CM Aoka MPP Amanyoko na kasama for no de akoko bobi akakoto abonte de amakene Japan so chemu makene Japan said there wona mountains na de bia wo bo MPP bo MPP ni hweye na nyesa obi ama showdown na ye mumu bi e de ma sa showdown na hwehwe no so ade MPP Amanyoko nje se bibia ekoso bokon so de ko dina abonte a na nsem ebe ma ye hodo efiga na fo mu nkwa na wo ye o se nsem bebe ho npuko a nkofo na mo be on na mo kaka cho na nyampa na so what did nyina etum na wo chesa wonam na wo bo MPP dimbo no si jai sa de nyesa showdown de wo benya bi pa Afi mwenche bia ena John Mahama betu dwa say ade a chese okọ court dey mu na chese judges bebre wo ho no mde ade o me MPP for na we na Justice William Atuguba say de ogina home ade abetu dwa say san nsem na John Mahama kan na ade anekọ kakra mu mum onfo asese John Mahama say ono soso ba bedi ade obehwe ama judges bebre chese wo Supreme Court onum no omo so be NDC for o say enya sa na ade ne court there ade chese any Ghana for there anti say Ghana for enti na wo ho no na Ghana for hwe say de omope ene de omope nko a ena wo judge no de obeye wo ho no ena kakra ni de betu manim say ade otumfo say to the second wa hwe say nya de makwan ama offense hema ede obi a onsen fata akonya na betu na offense akonya no so na emom say de okopiem e wo offense kuro ni so na say ade a krom hofo say omo de ohima ne pe no eno mo so pe na say nye keke sapon de na nya de obema kwan ama ofufuro so abetina akonya no so otumfo twema na ya de a ohima na ma say wa say wagigi sika bi e de hye no ho e force ya ma obi a onsen fata akonya na abetina so ni mo konfo de say omo say nye keke sapon de na say nye obi a e na betina so Set for the 2023 Odriwa Festival, one of Ghana's biggest festivals. And this year, GhanaWeb is here to bring you all the events as they happen. Today being the first day of the week-long event, some chiefs and youth of the town will be going around to clear the path and usher in the Odriwa. We are currently in front of the Okuapehene's Palace, and from here we'll be moving to the Bemuhene's Palace together with the chiefs and the youth of the town. Before this, a gong or a drum was played to announce to everyone around that this event is going to happen. So if you want to join, you come along. So as I said, we'll be bringing you every detail as it happens. My name is Wanda Ami Edwasari. Let's do this together. Odriwa is a beautiful festival celebrated by the Ikuapans annually, but that hasn't always been the case. Remember a time when the late Kontihene of Ikropong told the People and Places team about this festival when we visited 3 years ago to learn about the Ikuapan people. Let's remind ourselves with a short video from that interview. What does Odriwa mean?
Odriwa means purification.
Purification.
You see, it's the time, we purify the whole area because we've been, the whole year, we've been through so many things. And Adai, to the 9th point, we start the Odriwa Festival. And that time, Ukuapen City State, we slaughter sheep and other things, to offer prayers for the state and the nation as a whole.
Okay, so you mentioned the Adai, after which the Odriwa follows.
Yes.
And what is the Adai?
The Adai, that is the time the stools where we say they are sleeping. So we have to unlock them and then we bring them out and then we pour libation on it. We feed them, to get them know that we've entered into another set of.
You feed the gods.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
With what?
With mashed yam, white and red, with eggs to feed them. Then we offer a sheep to the stools. Then we make merry.
Before Ojriwa is celebrated, no one is allowed to bring yam to Ikropong. Odishia Kofi Siedu explained the purpose of this to us.
Yang akanfo nebumu no yehhehya adeduanyang saa kron na yebutu wadaye a ode ne amofre ne bayere ne wonkran no emekurum ha emaha nti yedi koko ase bayere na emu nyina amofre ne bayere na emu dimbrembre mode ya chips ne ofre ne se ode na wodua okoko ase wusinsen a edan ye black bi no eno ye bayere eno na ye pai ansana eyi no adadua nan na chi no ya ba bedi inti odwira ne hyehyei mu no edua ne Jordan ye kobokwan wonana no asye ye fra mampuro bi enye nkrangade mampuro bi ho okobokwan wi a enebra banyi be sore anopa amane e wayinfo obeye owie a wobehuru nkonwa.
Okay. The day starts with the beating of the drums to inform the selected people who are part of the path clearing process that it is time and that all willing to participate should get ready and gather at the palace.
Wakobokwan amampuro bi won hone yakofa odwira deba ti yakobokwan panyin be koho.
The drummer comes out 3 different times to beat the drum, and after the last beating, the team at the palace set off to the Edum Hene's palace. Here too, the drum is played 3 times while libation is poured. The Edum Hene then leads the team to the Bemu Hene's palace, where those embarking on the path clearing exercise gather. The Bemu Mantehene Nana Mpem Dakon was kind enough to brief us on activities of the day.
Ene dwumadini ye odwira no asase tetefo ahyehyɛ too ho 200 years ahyehyɛ too ho ene ne ye na hyase de bia ana okyena ayo dwura benada aba na ba bia ye bɛkɔ akɔfo dwura na bre ekwapaman no ɛyɛ kwan a ɛse yɛ kɔdɔɔso ɛyɛ amane ha ɛyɛ nwuram kwan ɛse yɛ kɔdɔɔso yɛ kɔnso a ɛyɛ yɛnko yɛ ne mpani ahefo bebre ɛne yɛ kɔ ne mmanate yɛ kɔ ɛyɛ amane a ɛwɔ hɔ a de bia yɛ.
We'll get more information about today's activities later, but for now, let's enjoy the display of culture at the Bemuhinis Palace. Once they are ready to leave, libation is poured and the team makes their way back to the Okiapihinis Palace. That gunshot scared me, and just so you know, it wasn't the last. You'll keep hearing these sounds from now till I sign off. Odishia Kofi Esiedu tells us why the guns are fired.
Ekurapon kurodia iwom. Ofibia ni muyamane. Se nananom be konsorima anka ubehu amane ankasa. Biem ono esono na amane esono edumnyene amane wokwa esono nkonwase afo amane oye esono ankobia hene amane esono jasafo amane awoye ofibia ni mu amane me wo ba mi fia wo hwe ma amane abakase aden esono ma amane kora don bi wa ya menkasa obia no misi wokom nti wanhwe abakase meboyafu ma amane ne nti otu ni tuo de kasasa afi na du yo
sa amania no so na omu twaso ye sa moko
yo waro kwa ma ni nti otu tuo ni se tuo to na ya to ni nyina se ya ba ha ye be kwen kan no nso na ne etene se mutume kwa na dom ahia nti wo de ba wutu tuo ma hu se dom bi ba otemase dom bi ba nti ye nkopo mu mfa ye nsa nko ye kwa ye kurati wo hia ya na ye be hia enye de men kan na ada Ukwapmantias.
we see nothing and the day in addition we see Fefene faces the best in program also waiting for the child. A year or 9 months of command pay you probably are from 7 another day. I had this level. The air will be out there, you want and I do. They have fed. They said, my child is feeling what I cry. Now, what did you call it? A virgin in the Empire. Na sadi o de pe wori jamo kan de me bi e se pe me e wan san bo ko ne se ye shira mo ana fe kwan se de kakra be gu fe de fe kwan na tie na mo me ya wo bu ma ni chu ani chu we ban ni chu we ban ba jo treasure we me ka share fe treasure Hola.
Nyatene se wobekwa adum yin if wobesi a chene so ha wode bekwa akọfa adum yin wo fa adum yin wi a wobekwa akọfa dem yin samere na nkobi afo ni gasefo abehia na won abesere kwan bia na wokon enya bem yin de a enya adum yin de a eyo ohine ne koma mpanyin de a ti won abesere obema wonsa na won so de bia ma wo wasra wana nanu se dano wo fie obi abose mpanyimfu bi betena te chikura mbeka ho na wasre se wore ko ne wagya won kwan de sika aka ho se mudu kwan so ya muntonsu
The Bemuhini and his team are finally ready to make their journey to Mamprobi, the sacred forest. They made their way through the town, and we were allowed to go with them through the first bush path they took. As Odeshia Kofi Siedu told us, gunshots are fired throughout this journey. Also, the Benhini pours libation at vantage points as the team makes its way into the forest. So this is the end of the road for us. We've been walking for close to an hour from the Bermuhine's Palace, where our journey began. The rest of the journey, as tradition demands, is for the chiefs, the elders, and some youth of the community who will be going to the shrine. And that's how we wrap up this edition of People and Places on GhanaWeb TV. We are reporting live from Ekropong, and we are bringing you all the details of Ojiwa 2023. There's more to follow, so stay with us. My name is Wanda Ami Edwasari.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all. enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist Cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Dr. Kote Free Nanken Kane or show or your swafo at the more minded you and the insem so just say the better just say if man you corner or no so can we say that is all shy and diatis and you may a tray ye cry and if man you can which you said there MPs ministers anyone or the baby bill Ghana has a modern support now come Dr. Baumiano or shy and tray ye cry if you say no more any pan nine and almost some bear francatifo at the man you could answer no munina the most support our command pabako now so no dear and found one the be a can King, San November 4 delegate conference ne dey adu ono so bekobi na wakọ share ni bobre.
NIB problem is more of a governance crisis, corporate governance crisis. They haven't published the account as the law requires. They haven't published it since 2015 up to today.
That's very worrying.
Very technically is worrying.
For a state-owned
because it is required that it should be published.
Yeah.
But they also had a view that NIB was already in trouble. No matter how much you brought in, and don't forget the development partners had money in it.
Yeah, they have it.
The money they brought, yes. So they told them that you can't go and put the money in a bank that is sunk already. So that is the reason why. It's one of the reasons why they decided to form a new development bank. But I would have, from where I sit, I would have thought, would have do proper due diligence and see how we can salvage NIB and possibly salvage ADB to keep focus on the demand banking. Because let me make this statement: no commercial bank or demand bank, universal bank will help the economy to grow.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck like I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Fancy CM all kind MPP Amanyoko na kasama for no de akoko bobi akwakoto abonte e de makene Japan so che makene Japan said de wona mountains na de bia wo bo MPP bo MPP ni hweye na nyesa obi ama showdown na ye mumu bi e de ma sa showdown na hwehwe no so ade MPP Amanyoko nje se bibia ekoso bokon so de ko dina abonte a na nsem ebe ma ye hodo efiga na fo mu nkwa na wo ye wo se nsem bebe ho npoku a nkofo no mo be on na ye mo kaka cho na nyampa na so what did nyina etum na wo chesa wonam na wo MPP dimbo no si jai sa de nyesa showdown de ubenya bi pa afi mwanche bia ena John Mahama ede betu dwa say ade a chese wo court de mu na chese judges bebe wo ho no mde ade o me MPP for na we na Justice William Atuguba say de oje na home ede abetu dwa say sa nsem na John Mahama kan na ade na kokaka mu mum onfo asese John Mahama say ono so ba be di ade ade obehwe ama judges bebe chese wo Supreme Court onum no omo so be NDC for o say nya sa na ade ne te court de ade chese ye ni Ghana for de anti say Ghana for enti na wo honum de na Ghana for hwe say de omo pe ene de omo pe nko a na wo judge ne de obeye wo honum ena kakra ni ede betu manim say ade otumfo say to the second wa hye say nya ade ma kwan ama offense hema ede obi a onsen fata akonya na betu na offense akonya no so na emom say de okopiem e wo offense kuro ni so na je say ade a krom hofo say omo de ohema ne pe no eno mo so pe na say nye keke sapon de na nya ade obema kwan ama ofufuro so abetu na akonya no so otumfo chema na ya ade a ohema na ma say wa je say wagigi sika bi e de hye no ho e force ya ma obi a onsen fata akonya na betu na so ni mo konfo de say almost say nye keke sapon dia na je say nye obi a ene betina so
oyi kami di ojura mi di ojura okuya pin ni o chojura na mo ma bedi ojura
of the Ojura Festival 2023, and we are still here in Ekropong. This is People and Places, and as usual, we are here to capture the moments and bring you all the details. Today is the unveiling of the new yam, and we are at the palace of the Krobihini. There's more inside, but let's get in there and find out more. Day 2 of the Ojura Festival is for two main things: unveiling of the new yam and ushering in Ojura. The first activity for the day is the unveiling of the new yam, and that is why we started the day at the palace of the Krobihini, who is in charge of this activity. The palace was alive with a lot of cooking and other activities going on, while the chief sits in state to receive visitors. Before the yam, Ode, is taken out, some rituals are performed and no visitor is allowed to witness this ritual. So we were asked to step out. After the rituals, we were allowed back in and got some understanding of the day's activities.
Say get the bayure eko yebutu adai for 6 weeks and then nyame adom wabue nti bayure we no enne yen din kromani nyina etimi dibi
na che say mo de bayure foforo ne ye dua
jiwu ye dere ye nwoma oto ne ma ye nkonwa bi yan kasa nso ye wi a ye dibi na ye wi
dua na oyen aside bayure foforo na o use no den ne den bi na mo use
bayre na yedere no ya ye ode ye frɛ no ode ye de ye ho if say ye ni we ya na ma outa o ma hene ni kwan say wo di bayre ye chi wo krom ha de do wo gwan wo chire wa wo be twa gwan
wie eduan ni sana kwan ne hwan sana bi
kurubifo a ye nyina ye hia oba ye nyina ye wo ye nga ne ye di ye nyama ye nenanom di wi a ye be ma obi adi ase.
Okay, so that's one of our mothers, one who is cooking food with the new yam. They call it nyoma, what we usually call in potompoto, and that is food that they prepare with the new yam. It is symbolic after the unveiling of the yam on the Tuesday of Ojura. Unfortunately, we got so engrossed in other activities of the day that we forgot to go back to the Krobihini's palace to have a taste of the meal.
Afibia ye wa mania ye yan ni edikan ye yan amane ansa no mahene nankasa edi echi nti na ye ndie ye ne se safa sha ne bedua wo butu adai for 6 weeks enne na 6 weeks na so nti ne ne se so wo butu adai na bayire eyo odi ceremony emekrom ha kopem nde a yebebo bayiren wo ba ye ya mani ofi ti se no gwa nuan nsagu ne ade no wi a wo fa bayiren mbrante ye wo mu yi bayiren bi no ya kwa abonten no wan akobọ twere esi bayiren mu bo twere sim na apai na ebu saa wo de be koti asanga beti Nasini se wonge buye kwan se ne finya ku bayire timi bekrum ga obi a utimi koto na na de be ye no abeye nti enu twam a ye wie nu a na fe ye be hia wo fie first na tete no na anka nesi abrafo ye be kopo mu no wo kofo dwura na wo pom wo de ba nti anka wo beba no eha wo ba bedidi ye tutum bayire ti se je ya won aso ye di bayire gum no atutu no ye mpoto no so fi pom ne ba asanka kese no watie gum na wo ekọ pom no nyina na wo ba na odie ya akọ no keke wo fom ne ye ni je kwa na many man nyina ekọ pom no won wo ye anso sese ya hensem na ye ntantenti no yentimi nye amane ne potenti se na kan ye no nti sese ye twa bibia so aye nkakra ko sese sa man so no ebetwam na efi ye si bibia pi ne ye si entity anamu ne ye ko.
So that was one of the elders of the palace here at the Kobihine's palace. She was explaining to us what the tradition is. So according to her, there's been some slight changes as a result of some disparities in the chieftaincy system as it stands. But the import of this is that they meet here and they perform some rituals to make sure, to signify that the period where there was a ban on the eating of new yam has been lifted. So now everyone is permitted to eat yam from today. So as it stands, some of the young men picked some of the new yam from here after it was unveiled, and they took it outside, they broke it into pieces and are spreading it around so that people in the town are aware that the ban on new yam has been lifted and now everyone is permitted to eat this. So let's go out and see how they go about this.
Inti waba pai ode no yan ya frɛ ni se kurubi ni ayetwi na nsa ye nsua twi ni se esua twi ni abon se biribi wo ho na wo bɔ ho ukuri ho nti obran kuram na ofi biara egua wo mu no kan no wo ye ohɔhɔ a wo mmobi wo mfifi ho nso a wo mmobi ni nti a wo mfi wa a wo mmobi ne se bia na no obi wɔ ntatawa wɔ hɔ nti ubakwa akɔbɔ no okura den afa egua ni wo fi nso a wo mmobi ba ne shamana manfo ayibo fu nkranfo wo nyina ba frenti obia tumi yebe senia opɛ but amane kwan so no sana eden etenen.
Unlike the first day, There are a lot of people in town on day 2 of the Odriwa Festival, and they are all excited to be a part of the day. So we are currently out of the Kobe Hines Palace, and there are a lot of youth around, a lot of people, indigents, who are excited about today. We want to speak to a number of them to find out why they are participating and their understanding about today's program. Hello, good morning.
Morning.
What's your name?
Nyamiadu mihu ye na nso afisha panso. Yo afida se ni atiase.
Na ye fro say.
De ohene ba akono nkroma tachi. Me de nen.
Ahia na oti.
Me pati you.
Na inti ene ejumade no oti asese.
You ene ejumade ni ene ye kwamna Yesu benada. Sereka kwamna Yesu ya eye egwa bi a ono isu fi achem ebai eye yereka 1733 bra eye ntokwa esi wo soro ha ochenhene so mane wo fase eye safori ba ha no eno no bai nti kwamna Yesu no eka eye kimekes no esi ahenefo no oka ho nti bra wo fi osanim na wo bai no na kwamna Yesu no one ade o yense odigwa ni gwa de ne ye eye ode se America wode ya eye bayere ye puna no ye friend ode eno nti wode ni bai no se eduan na wode bai ne bra be chirechire eduan no beribeng san ye di eduan no wo se eduan na de se ba foforo a wodi a enyawo uti akunwa so a enyawo nti se wode ni sie ode ni so wode sie for 6 weeks adeduan nan na wo yi ode na eden apue nti wo yipue eye odwirada benada eno ene wo da sa bayere foforo no wo da na di ha eba ne sa no ye di kan di bayere foforo ene enyode ene bia se wo de be cost to house na dia wo ye bibi wo fa bibi se ntebrefuya no so ye eye brodeto a wo de mampanyin wo di kan ye no nti ene de for 6 weeks ene ye di bayere foforo e wo ukapeme ma na se ye di bayere foforo e wo ekropon yo nti eye other stool houses ni na wo egwa tuntum ni mi black stool obia na wo ho kwan se o pai bayere no egu fie nim ena bo se nwure bi nsugu eye ahemfini nyina no ye fe ne nsome esisi nsua no eno na ekire se dumedi bi ere ye den ere koso ewu kwapema mu
niam mani agene se afi krubi ne de soronko kra ma hwe krubi fitimin collaborate ma but krubi we de edutwam mi hu bi da ndiana mani age
Okay, mi hu se na emema ne ko bayere no ho na o kan
na men kan but mi nim ho asem kakra metim so bi sama metimi aka
chairman ya wonim fa
bayere no efe na ye pie for 6 weeks no omubutu adai yenye dede yendi bayere inti no ayesa bayere mba krom ha inti ye bedi odwa na benada bia ye bedi odwa Tuesday bia ye yi bayere fofo ni pie de kire kuro se afede bayere na ebetumi aba krom ya ji atum eno inti na as I call it a festival be obia pese bayere ne nsa kabi because ayade a efe na ye pie
obia pese ne nsa kabi ade na wo wan
oh, say on the Merman idia gori. What is the end edim and I answer you saying I boa. Yeah.
My name is Nana Bodway Adubia II. I was named by Mommy Dora of this beautiful town, Aquapong, and I come every year to the Odriwa Festival because I know the significance of the Yam Festival, and this year especially is great because we have a new king. And this festival is something that the whole world knows, and I just hope more people around the world can especially participate in this festival.
What's its significance for you? What does it mean to you?
Well, for me, it means that something special that we can party again, because there's a time when it's quiet, but when the yam comes and is presented to the king, the community is open again, and we have a new beginning. Odriwa means that everything is anew again.
So how many years have you been joining this festival?
12 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a long time. Okay, and why do you keep bringing people to join you?
Well, I think that Africans from the diaspora, meaning African folk from all over the world that originated from the continent, need to come and see the culture and participate and know the greatness of this continent, because we've been taught that it's not great, wonderful, and exciting. And we must participate and understand the significance of our culture.
I think you're doing a good job by bringing more people to Ghana to witness our culture.
It's my dream to bring more and more people all the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was a Queen Mother from the diaspora. She's spoken to us about what she thinks of this festival and why she brings more people every year to join this festival, especially to witness the Yam Festival. So we have Rashad Makori here. He's also here to witness the festival. Let's speak to him. Hello.
Oh, hello. I love GhanaWeb. Thank you. Oh, I'm doing well. I'm very happy. Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
What are you here for?
I'm here to celebrate the Oduwai Festival. Akropong is a very special place to me. I'm installed as King of Tourism of Itre and by extension Elmina in the traditional Edna area. My stool name is Nana Kofi Kokojufo I. Insra Shrehin, visit and see King out in Edna. I'm part of the Edna Traditional Council. However, when I first came to Ghana in 2015, I stayed here in Akropong. And I also started my tourism company in Akropong. I've hosted around approximately 600 individuals since 2016. The first 150, 200 people I hosted out of Akropong. And since this is the first festival under the new king, I had to make sure that I come and support my first home, my traditional home, Akropong. Yeah.
So you came here when?
I arrived here yesterday morning. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I have to go back. I have some American guests here in Ghana. I have to meet them in Elmina for Wednesday, but then I'll be back here Friday morning.
Okay, and what has your impression been so far?
Oh, I'm very proud. Again, I've been in Akropong maybe about 3 to 4 times a year from 2015 to late 2018, early 2019. I see the development, I see the energy and the enthusiasm here in Akropong. I see a lot of infrastructure being built. I see a lot of new pubs and a lot of new businesses. So I say from the time that I was last here consistently in late 2018, early 2019, I've seen a lot of growth and development.
Okay, let's talk about today's Yam Festival. Did you witness it?
Yes, I'm witnessing everything so far. Very interesting tradition. You know, the fighting over the yam, and they look like they're really fighting.
Did you try it yourself?
No, not yet. I'm still learning the protocols, so I'm not going to run around and try things, you know. But the traditional council here, the chiefs, the Ochiames, they've been very hospitable of me. I'm glad that some of them was able to recognize me. The people of the town still know me and still love me. They run up to me and they see it. They be like, oh, everything he said is the truth. You know, so they've been very hospitable to me. I've been very happy here so far.
Untouchable.
After the unveiling of the new yam, some stools in the palace are washed. As I earlier mentioned, day 2 of the festival is the day the Bemuhene leads his team to bring the Ojura to Akropong, and the drumming you just saw is to signal the team to get ready.
And the one I call Ponuma, a piano, Baba says you won't. No, he or command paying a Jawon Quang, now one acco. Walker, what back I got Yaman brew before, one the Beshia won. Now what they one near ma, what the back of Ponum Amao. Niama what the Coponum been in Sanchin up, say being, or de Marco, and I'm friend a Yaman. Marco, and Num. Nsefu franta no de amawo
adenti na mo yiso miam no enu
yeah if you say samere no ya believe no one na no mo ho ya de kwakire won say ya dinti won so wodi mpanyin wo
na adenti na mo yiso 7 no
ni enti a wo yiso 7 say ye kura yang mpanyin na so na wo ba ba kwen.
Okay, just like on the first day of Ojura, the drum is beat 3 times. Then the team moves to the Edumhene's palace. They then move to the Bemuhine's palace. Once they are ready to move, the Bemuhine performs some rituals. The man you saw seated has a very special assignment, and you'll see it soon. Accompanied by women who cheer them on, the Bemuhine and his team make their way to Mamprobi. One of the warriors tells us their role in this journey.
Tunde yari amane. Nti se nipa hia kusi kunni tag we bia ye ma won nkra tuoni. Because bibia tumi si. Wan twene mo wan se na otuture tumi probi wo we se nkra bia. O ma nti be hwe obi okra tuoni kra tag. That is one ma permit say wet ma tuoni. Nkra tag na police be kire.
Who say ne for warrior and I say you be for say warrior. Okay, into training no moya ne say you pick him one and say moya ne say
yo picking yeah you know me be money yan you ya man ne ma na be hia ya ne yam fine wo ntete bo ne ma ho ban ne ma na akum no wo de ba fa bai ntete se wo bo ho ban se be emfi wonsa say tambia be move bia se tuo di achi.
So at this point, the men are continuing into the shrine, They are going for the Odriwa, and when they return, the rest of the rituals will follow. But we saw earlier on some of the women cheering them on as they moved ahead. Let's speak to some of them. Pacho, Michelle.
Michelle, so.
Now, your friend was saying.
My friend is autistic baby, 1Z.
Okay.
Okay.
Me will say, okay, Miana, Woma.
You
can say.
Oshe. Alfredia show, not just a Emma or Henry Oshe.
I say anything.
Not just a fiasco. A fiasco. But one kind of fish up, a brunian, what kind of fish up, and it was Alfredia share.
Okay. Now, in Mana Mokahuno, yes, select him one, yeah,
now I bought. Now we him once I saw them in a it him Sana de Kunim, ye dear, Openya, Sika, and Koso, Nina, anything I hear him.
We were told the team that went to Mamprobi will return around 5 p.m. So we went back into the community, and when it was a few minutes to 5, we returned to the path they took. But we waited and waited and waited. The sun set, and still they were not back. Around 6:40 p.m., we heard the sound of bells. Then we knew they were back. Some rituals were performed in the darkness before the team made its way into the community. The man surrounded by the warriors is the one who was seated during the final rituals for the team to embark on this journey. He's the one who carries the Odriwa under his smoke, as no one aside the Okuapehene is supposed to see it. Back in the community, residents and visitors are gathered around the palace, waiting eagerly for the arrival of Odriwa. Finally, the team arrives at the palace but do not enter. While all this is happening outside, the Okuapehene is also seated in state, waiting. finally, the Bemuhene arrives with his team to present Odriwa to the Okriapehene. The Okriapehene is covered and all lights at the palace are turned off. Then Odriwa is presented to him, after which the lights are turned back on. So it's a massive crowd here at the forecourts of the Okriapehene's palace. Indigents of Ekropong, Latte, its environs, and other people from diverse backgrounds have gathered here to witness the close of day 2 of the Odriwa Festival. So that's how we'll wrap up this episode of People and Places on GhanaWeb TV. The Odriwa has finally been brought to the palace of the Okriapehene, and activities will continue tomorrow. Join us same time as we bring you more. My name is Wanda Ami Edwasari.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings?
then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Dr. Kotefi Nankenkane Osho Oyo Swafo Edemo Mine Duani Din Sem Sunya Sesa or Diabetu Jase, Pipia Manukona, ono so kan ho sese ni je se o hwa ya de ache se ne o me etwa yi kra ewo MPP amanyoko no otwe mu asa de MPs ministers anyone no odi bebebe o Ghana ha se o mo support nya akoma Dr. Bawumia no o hwa enche yi kra if say no mo ye nipa nan e no mo hwe so mbe frankatufo e de MPP amanyoko nanso no mo nyina do mo support akoma nipa baako nanso ono de emfa ho no de obi abeka kia ne kin sa November 4 delegate conference ne de ade ono so bekobi no akakoshe ni bobre.
NIB problem is more of a governance crisis, corporate governance crisis. They haven't published the account as the law requires. They haven't published it since 2015 up to today.
That's very worrying.
Very technically is worrying.
For a state-owned
because it is required that it should be published.
Yeah.
But they also had a view that NIB was already in trouble. No matter how much you brought in. And don't forget the development partners had money in it.
Yeah, they have
the money they brought, yes. So they told them that you can't go and put the money in a bank that is sunk already. So that is the reason why. It's one of the reasons why they decided to form a new development bank. But I would have, from where I sit, I would have thought, would have done a proper due diligence and see how we can salvage NIB and possibly salvage ADB to keep focus on the development banking. Because let me make this statement: no commercial bank or development bank, universal bank will help the economy to grow.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Francis CM Aoka MPP Amanyoko na kasama for no de akoko bobi akakoto abonte de amakene Japan so chemu akene Japan said there wona mountains na de bia wo bo MPP echu bo MPP echi ne hweye ne nyesa obi ama showdown na ye mumu bi e de ma sa showdown na hwehwe no so ade MPP Amanyoko nje se bibia ekoso bokon so de kodina abonte a na nsem ebe ma ye hodo efiga na fo mu nkwa na wo ye o se nsem bebe ho npuko a nkofo na mo be on na mo kaka cho na nyampa nanso what did nyina etum na wo chesa wonam na wo MPP dimbo no si jai sa de nyesa showdown de ubenya bi pa afi mwanche bia ena John Mahama ede betu dwa se ade a chesa wo court de mu na chesa judges bebe wo hono m de ade o me MPP for na we na Justice William Atuguba se de ogina home ede abetu dwa se san nsem na John Mahama kan na ade anokwa kakra mu na emom onfo asese John Mahama se ono so ba bedi ade ade obehwe ama judges bebe chesa wo Supreme Court onum no omo so be NDC for o se nya sa na ade ne te court de ade chesa ye ni Ghana for de anti se Ghana for enti na wo honum de na Ghana for hwe se de omope ene de omope nko a ena wo judge no de obeye wo honum ena kakra ni ede betu manim se ya de otumfo se to the second wa hye se nya de makwan ama offense hema ede obi a onsen fata akonya na betu na offense akonya no so na emom se de okopiem e wo offense kuro ni so na se ya de a krom hofo se omo de ohima ne pe no eno mo so pe na se nye keke sapon de a na nya de obema kwan ama ofufuro so abetu na akonya no so otumfo twema na ya de a ohima na ma se wa se wagiti sika bi ede hye no ho air force ya ma obi a onsen fata akonya na abetu na so ni mo konfo de se omo se nye keke sapon de a na se nye obi a ene betu na so
Ghana sinitwani a friend say Nanama McBrown and the nsem kakra to dwa efo no kwan ananka obese nese opa football name football no entimi amfa na nko ba bia na obedane eye actress na ochiremu a wabra na obobo enso ewo Kumase no na ne maame enso eton force na ne maame kokwan so Cote d'Ivoire enti se ne maame kokwan so a no afre ne se amabesne no wadi na chi no ne Cote d'Ivoire no makoton ne ma no maba o se enam saa so nti na asef ball no on sheda enya time embo ene kan bi eno no nso so antimi ambo na emom ne ono pa de e ka board de a ono na maba Brown na onimbo obo yi pa. Players are almost a kind and so our manani and we are Ghana for me chere wona ye wo omo e wa manani na emom omo awofo anase omo nananom enso eye Ghana for no e ade ana se GF gutu a ene nkofo ni ne se players we bi edi nkomo omo hwe ni mu se ometimi ababesi akan ede ama eye Black Stars of Ghana na no ena eye former Chelsea defender friend se Ryan Bertrand e ba eye Ghana no na se one GhanaWeb edi nkomo no de tudwa se ehun behia se GF no benya abotre no ne eye players aye wo mo e wa monane no na se omo ne omo edi nkomo ni nya ne se bi o ma ball no de omo ni mbo omo nya nkomo bebo ede ama eye Ghana na emom omo career e wa brochire no e wo so omo hwe na omo mani CP ansa omo betimi abesi akan de ama Ghana omo abesi akan nti ono Ryan Bertrand say okache GF no say omunya abotre hwe na omo give up of on any player nemum omunya abotre ma players ni bu ho omo establish omo ho ansa omo ba besi akan de ama Ghana omo ba besi akan. Azakes ladies see you friend say Evelyn Insia Asare and I didn't nsem kakra atudwa o kire say Insia no wadi 49 years next year no wadi 50 years na o say ade da na koma so pa ene say wo bra obedi 50 years me kire 4th August 2024 no obenya na nka ne birthday party ase Kofi Kinata dwumtuni no atimi aba ase abetonom e de ama ninya ne se Kofi Kinata yobi a openasem ye pa openonyom enti ebe na koma de se ne 50th birthday no obenya Kofi Kinata wase na ono nso so atimi abetonom e de ama no. Former Deputy Minister Edema Youth and Sports Pius Enam Hazidi ena Uduani Chirema TV3 omo breakfast show so a one Deputy National Communications Officer Edema NDC mechere Malik Basintali ena omo di bom ewo show no so na enyefe di agro ni nyina ne se Pius Echo issue bi eba ya na se o accuse NDC for so omo ye corrupt na se eba no katase share any dream dia na se NDC for no omo ya ade wo mpa na no ena Malik ebufuye ena o se na se o anyo obi ama na nka nkire NDC for so omo ye corrupt se ono Pius Enam Hazidi ni nyina ne se 2018 wabra na Pius deputy minister enso edema youth and sports no 2018 Commonwealth Games next was say nipa be 200 edom kogu Australia so mo nyina journalist ema Australian authorities ehwehwe mu no next no mo nya journalist yes ake omo nyina enso ede omo ba Ghana nti se ye ka obi o corrupt party ono Pius no one NPP aban no omo ene corrupt cause on tiase se next o my Ghana eko Commonwealth Games na sports minister wada ne ho travel and tour next minister and was sankrofo omo nya nsentrofo akwakogu Australia ekowi ase no yesake omo nyina enso ba Ghana na santokwa we de ne enye feri agro cry TV3 breakfast show no so enso honom.
PPP structure for the National ID project and manage the IMS, the special purpose vehicle for the successful implementation of the project. He is a thought leader, has been a facilitator for the West Africa Institute for Leadership and Governance. He holds a master's in economics from the London School of Economics. And to moderate this panel is the Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar. As many of you know, she's a Deputy Minister. She worked at the Office of the President prior to her elevation to that position. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Jifa, thank you so much for that introduction. Excellencies, heads of political parties, all representatives of political parties, heads and representatives of various institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on all further protocol and say good afternoon. I know it's right about lunch time, so I assure you that this panel is not going to exceed an hour. So this is the structure that I'm proposing for this panel. We will have some sector-specific comments, 5 minutes each, by our panelists, after which we will come to you, ladies and gentlemen, for your questions. If you have any, we can take maximum 5 questions, and then we will come back to the panelists for their recommendations and concluding remarks. We have been tasked as a panel to look at the topic, safeguarding electoral integrity, peace and security, practical policies and strategies to combat disinformation. And to handle this topic, as mentioned earlier, we have the chairman of the National Media Commission, Mr. Yabwedu Ayeboafo. We also have Ms. Kathleen Addy, the chairperson of the National Commission for Civic Education, NCCE. We have Dr. Albert Enchibu-Esiakun, who is the Director General of the Cyber Security Authority. And finally, we have Mr. Frank Oye from Margins Group, and myself, Deputy Minister for Information. To set the ball rolling, I would like to start with Chairman of NCCE, based on comments and contributions from the participants from the earlier panel. And I would also like to ask the question with this preamble. In 2018, some 3 scholars from MIT conducted a research on disinformation using Twitter as one of their case studies. And this is what they found. Among other things, the study provided a variety of ways of qualifying the phenomenon of disinformation. And for instance, they mentioned that false news stories are 70% more likely to be retweeted than true stories. It is also true. It also takes true stories about 6 times as long to reach 1,500 people as it does for false stories to reach the same number of people. When it comes to Twitter unbroken retweet chains, they mentioned that falsehoods reach a cascade depth of 10, about 20 times faster than facts. And finally, they mentioned that falsehoods are retweeted by unique users more broadly than true statements at every depth of cascade. Based on this research and other comments, we have found that it appears that it is more rewarding to engage in disinformation and spread fake news than to stick to the truth. So on that note, NMC Chair, I would like to ask, what are the incentives for those reporting the real news in the face of knowing that even the algorithm is favoring those who push out fake news? The media market share and more eyeballs are going to those who are sensational and putting out fake news. For those who have fidelity to the real news and the truth and have integrity, what are the incentives for them? And secondly, what are some of the ethical and professional issues that the NMC is handling when it comes to the Ghanaian media space? And if you can give us some responses, having the 2024 elections in mind.
Start with the NCC. But let me begin
NMC,
let me begin by, today, as we have been here, Jifa had misinformed you a number of times about who I am. Because initially he said, I'm the former chairman of the NMC. Later she said, I'm the executive secretary of the NMC. And both of them are not true. Now, I am recounting this just for us also to understand the difference between misinformation and disinformation and malinformation. Because this one, she did not do that deliberately. That there is no intention of causing mischief to anybody, but it is just an error. Except that under certain circumstances, misinformation can also lead to confusion. When we talk about disinformation, what we say is that we are deceitfully and deliberately using false information to achieve some objectives that are not edifying. And when it comes to the question of malinformation, these are genuine information, but we are using them in a twisted manner that will achieve, that will deceive people, because there's a certain gain that will accrue to those of us who are resulting thereof. Yeah, but let me state from the outset that since he has directed that I'm going to speak particular on behalf of the mass media, which we now see as the traditional media. And there are two things that I want to lay out. And these two things that I want to lay out is that, and let me quote a media expert who has written this and said this about the journalists, and it is important that we learn from this. And he says, he's called Adam Michnik. And Michnik says that the only limitation to our freedom is the truth. We are allowed to publish everything we write, but we are forbidden to lie. A journalist's lie is not only a sin against the principle of our profession, it is a blasphemy against our God. A lie always leads to enslavement. Only the truth has liberating power. So that is the first thing about those of us in the media and we are practicing. The second one is about sometimes there's this false notion that freedom means you can do whatever that you want to do and nobody has any question to ask you. That is a lie. There's nothing like that anywhere. What it means is that nobody should stop you from saying whatever that you intend to say. But after you have said it, if it creates a difficulty, you bear responsibility for that. And so somebody has put it in a mundane way and said that it is like driving your car. I serve as the editor, so I'm driving my car as the editor. I reach a crossroad where the light says red, and I say it is my freedom to move. Therefore, I drive my car irrespective of what the light is doing, and I knock somebody's car. And I'm saying that it is my freedom to move. And so if you publish anything about anybody, and they ask you to respond to it, it is not a matter that it is interfering with your freedom. It's a matter of you enjoying your freedom and paying for the responsibility or the liability that is accruing out of you exercising your freedom. One of the things that come before the National Media Commission that we are grappling with is this. I don't know where we learned it from, and maybe it's a typical Ghanaian thing that silence means consent. And therefore, the moment that I call you about something and you do not respond, my conclusion is that you are liable. And that's the reason why, and that is the reason why sometimes we do some of the things that are unintelligent, like that. You have gotten a piece of information, like Mr. Kweku was saying, you have called him. He has been able to convince you that there's no basis or foundation for the information. Instead of killing the story, we'll go ahead and publish what has been proven to be false, and then at the tail end of it, sadly, make a statement that when you call him, he denied. Now, if he denied, and you are convinced about the fact that it was not something that he was trying, but it is a genuine denial, and there's no other basis, why then do you publish the falsehood and say that it has been denied? To what purpose are you putting this information? And it is very, very necessary for every one of us. And I like the way my brother is expressing that, because, look, one of the most dangerous and invidious canker of our difficulty are the political actors. In fact, the political actors are the people who cause a lot of the problem that we encounter in our life. Now, I want to give you a specific example. How can the Parliament of Ghana, after meeting the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Commission is proposing an instrument. The Constitution has provided the means where that instrument will become law. Now, as part of that in the national interest, let's go and discuss this matter with our members of Parliament. They discuss that genuinely, and the next instant, as soon as they leave the room, our Electoral Commission wants to disenfranchise. Now, if you are a member of Parliament, says that Electoral Commission wants to disenfranchise, how on earth are you going to say that he's not telling the truth? And so, if we want to build a better future and do away with some of the disinformation things that go on, particularly on some of our traditional media, then we must deal with the political actors. And that requires that any time that a political actor provides any information, we have an obligation to establish the factuality of that information before we go public. And if it is life, we still have a duty to go behind that and establish the foundation of whatever statement that political actor might have said. If we do not do that, and we allow them, like some of our producers do, that the person is sitting on air, he makes a statement that only yesterday came to our notice that it was false. And then he says the same thing today. And instead of you pointing out to him that this was the information that was disproved yesterday, they only say, oh, you have expressed your view. And I think that in the part of Ghana that I come from, there's a proverb about that. And it says that, and this is a proverb, it says that the lizard says that it is not angry at the person who chooses to kill it. The anger is rather directed at that other observer who stands there and says, you are a good maths person. And we have been telling them that when you do that, you are the problem. Because you have the information that is available to you. And somebody is repeating the palpable falsehood. Why are you allowing that person and even commending him for exercising a democratic right? Where democracy has nothing to do with confusion and chaos. Democracy is about orderliness. It's about following rules and regulations. And with your distance, every one of us must understand that at the end of the day, democracy does not begin with numbers. Numbers are the last resort. It is only when you have applied all the rules that are available and you are unable to resolve a matter that you go to numbers. Now, when you begin with numbers as a democratic principle, it means that you are turning things upside down. And so, for now, my thing is that those of us in the media will have a bigger responsibility. And the greatest harm that we cause to ourselves, our profession, and the society is when we sheepishly, resonate what we find in the social media without doing any little thing as to exercising our own conscience. First, in finding out who is the source of that information. I think that has gone down now. In a certain period, we live to see that people say, when I went to the office, there was a tape under my door. And you saw a tape under your door. You don't know who put the tape there. The next moment, you are playing live on air. And then when somebody calls you and say, what are you doing? You say, oh, I'm exercising my freedom. That is an abuse of freedom, and nobody should support that kind of madness if we want to build a better society for ourselves.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ebua. So I'll now move to the chairperson of the NCCE, and I have two questions, but I believe they are somehow related. The first question is that, what are some of the strategies or policies that can be implemented from the point of view of NCCE to combat disinformation during elections? And secondly, is there any metrics to measure whether some of those strategies deployed are successful or not? If there are, what are they? If you can take us through
if you can give us your thoughts on that.
It's working. Thank you very much, Fatih. And first, I want to thank the organizers. This is actually a very good job done. It's timely because we all know the times that we are living in. And when I see the caliber and the diversity of people gathered here, I see that this is an issue that is on everybody's heart and everybody's mind. And it's an issue that we need to deal with, particularly moving into the next election cycle, which starts from this year, by the way, because we do have an election this year. It's on 19th December. It's the district level elections. It will come before next year's election. We are in the election cycle. It's not just about next year. So, to your question, I'll come at this from the point of view of people, mindsets, a civic culture, and how we have relegated all of that to the background when it comes to democracy and everything else in this country. And we only want to think about things that we can do today and count tomorrow, so that we can say that we are a good democracy, we can say that we have ticked our boxes, and then we move on. We tout at ourselves as a strong democracy, and it's true in a lot of ways. But we also know that we are strong in a democracy, particularly only in electoral terms. We are a strong electoral democracy. The other aspects of the democracy we have left, And one of the most important aspects of the democracy is ensuring that you have the right kind of citizen. All of it works together. If you have citizens who are not well equipped with the right information to even elect leaders who work for their benefit, your democracy is flawed. So you have to understand that democracy is not just about elections. It's about all these other things that work together to give an outcome that develops the society, that grows society, and all of that. In Ghana, let me even talk about this event. So during this event, the opening panel, only one person mentioned civic education as an important key to achieve what we are trying to achieve, which is to stop disinformation and misinformation and all those things that have been outlined. And that was the CEO or chief executive or idea. He was the only one who mentioned civic education once, twice, thrice. None of the other panelists thought that civic education was important enough. Everybody talks about electoral systems, people talk about deploying technology, people talk about all the other important things. But we forget that the most important tool in all of this is the mind of the people who are going to vote, who are going to elect leaders, who are going to do things during the electoral cycle, because for the purpose of this conversation, that is the context that we are concerned about. But if we don't understand that all this boils down to the kind of citizen that we have, we will walk around in circles. We will deploy the best technology. We will have the best electoral system. But if you don't have the right kind of citizen, all that will still not be enough. We are living in perilous times, and we must face the situation that we are in and speak the truth and be honest with ourselves. We have not done right in investing in citizenship. We've done ourselves a great disservice, particularly as Ghana, because for us, we had those who put the constitution together were so far-sighted that they set up an institution dedicated to civic education, made it independent from influences, particularly of the politicians, and then we just left it. It is decentralized, it has people in every district, it can carry out civic education, it can work with people, but we've left it to just slowly die. This is an institution that when you speak of in other parts of the world, everybody says, wow, why don't we have it in our country? And I tell them that, well, we only had it because we set up our constitution at a point in time. If we tried this NCC model today, we all know it will never work. The politicians will never agree. You understand? So we leave out this very important aspect of the architecture of democracy and elections. And then we complain about the outcome. If you have the best technology, and the people don't trust the technology, how is it going to help you? If you invest in an electoral system which is so superior, and Ghana's electoral system is superior, by the way, right? But there is such mistrust, and disbelief of everything that comes out of that process, So it makes our elections more tense and much more expensive than it needs to be. Why? Because people are just not oriented to have the mindset that this we are seeing, this is the system we are seeing. We can all see the thing moving from when you put your ballot in. We see it moving from point A to point B, the numbers moving along with it. But somehow we choose to disbelieve. Why? Because we have not primed the voter. And so the voter is susceptible to information that is dropped, particularly by politicians, again, through the media and all of these other actors, to make them act in a particular way. If we want to move forward in this country, and it's not just limited to elections, it's limited to our development, our growth, our values, building society, returning to building our country one community at a time, which is the only way, by the way. If we want to achieve that success, we have to understand that if we do not have the right kind of citizens, all that will come to naught. We will continue to run around in circles, and we will not achieve the results, that reflects the investment that has been made. So, long and short of what I'm saying.
How do we measure when they invest in those strategies? How do you measure?
Let me ask you how we are measuring all the fruits of misinformation and disinformation. We see it, don't we? We see it. When people are there and people are massed at the U.S. Capitol, and we know that it's because of information that was shared and transmitted, highly inflammatory information that was insightful. We saw the results, right? Nobody's asking, but how did we measure the impacts of that? Of course, people measure. The same tools that are used to measure the impact of disinformation are the very tools that will be used to measure the impact of investing in the right orientation for citizens, so that we will work together to build the country. So the tools are not different at all. It's the same social science tools that we deploy to identify, what is informing people's behavior and all of that. Those very tools are the ones that we will deploy to identify the impact of investing in a proper civic culture. So there's no, it's not murky at all. It's fairly clear. The important thing is to not just talk about it some more, which, to be honest, we've done quite enough of, but to go beyond the talk and start doing what needs to be done, which is doing the appropriate investment needed to ensure that we have a civic culture and the right kind of citizen to build the country. Otherwise, all of this, my friends, will not work.
Thank you so much. So I'll move to Dr. Ntwibu Esiako. Between the Ministry of Information and the Cybersecurity Authority alone, we have organized a lot of campaigns to combat misinformation and disinformation in the past, especially during the Cyber Security Awareness Month. And I also know you have the staff, the capacity, and the tools to analyze trends when it comes to disinformation and electoral security issues. If you can highlight and or anticipate some of the trends that are likely to come up in that regard, disinformation and electoral security issues going into the 2024 elections.
Very well. Deputy Honorable Minister, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this. But also, Ambassador Sylvia, I think I want to commend you and your team for bringing this particular project into fruition. I think I knew how it started, and you've been able to deliver that, working with everybody, so congratulations for that. But we are happy you also brought us on board. I think that's the most important thing. And the discourse of this information certainly is a subject matter that is of interest to the Cybersecurity Authority. The law that established the authority, Cybersecurity Act 2020, passed by the 7th Parliament, makes it clear our mandate to deal with cyber-centric security issues that could potentially undermine the peace and security of the Republic. At the same time, we have a responsibility, as the Honorable Deputy Minister mentioned, to also educate. I think, Catherine, that's what you call the civic. So I'm going to change my words now from awareness creation to civic culture. So I think I'll be able to, take those boxes that you are subjected all of us to. But I think that's very important. But I think on a serious point, disinformation or whichever form that has been elaborated here by the previous panelists is one of the cyber-centric security issues that borders on our mandate. But I think within the last few years, we've seen evolution of this development, of course, as a result of technological advances. And I think in this room, we are discussing one segment, what I call one dimension of the issue, how this information manifests within the electoral democratic processes, and of course, its implications on the election outcomes, specifically the electoral integrity. But of course, from the national security environment, I think this information is quite broad. It has other peculiar issues, and I think Honorable Kandapar certainly would have mentioned that earlier on. And it's not, in other words, the interest has gone beyond just cybersecurity interest, but also an issue that dominates the security discussions of the country. But from this standpoint, in terms of disinformation or the nexus between disinformation and electoral integrity, I think we can look at three key focal areas. One is the security, the integrity of the electoral systems and infrastructures. Of course, we can't deny that in a cyber-centric environment, the electoral infrastructure constitutes the backbone, the infrastructural backbone of our elections. We're doing biometrics. Certainly, of course, it depends on the maturity level. There are certain countries on the African continent who are even doing e-voting. Ghana is not there yet. But I think across the continent, almost every electoral body utilizes a cyber infrastructure. And therefore, I think the authorities' key mandates is the protection of such infrastructures. What has been called critical information infrastructure systems. That is one area. It's not all. I think the second element is also the key actors within the ecosystem. We're talking of the electoral commission or the management bodies. We're also talking about political parties. We're talking of the media. But other constitutional bodies whose role borders on ensuring that we deliver the election to our citizens. But the third, and I think that's the most important thing for the people here, is the public voter. Ultimately, the guarantors of electoral integrity. So I think this analysis, again, as I'm saying, where I'm coming from is the cyber-centric aspect of it. This information has always been probably projected in the traditional media. But I think ours, the authorities' mandate borders on the cyber sphere. And Honorable Deputy Minister, just to give some few highlights in terms of the trends. Indeed, we have. This week in particular, we've received several complaints from political parties. It's a daily occurrence. Averagely, we receive about 25 reports every week. 250 reports, 292 within the national set. And we do have elements that are linked to this information. And just today, we've received a few of them. But just permit me to highlight what the trends are. I think we've seen the manipulation of social media, either by individual actors or in some cases coordinated. So it's become organized. And organized means that it goes beyond manual, the use of botnets, to be able to create fictitious accounts as long as they put whatever information they want to send across and they are distributed. That's one pattern we've seen within our jurisdiction. I think the authority, through the national set, has also identified what we call social media account holders. And I think that is quite the serious one. And a typical example is we know Catherine to be the chief commissioner of the NCC, and she sent tweets taking over your account and misinforming or sending malicious information out has become quite critical. So user accounts, credentials are stolen. Those behind it take over and they send information. That is one trend that we've seen, and certainly is going to increase. Of course, political actors are going to be targeted, especially the Meadow Peace Council, Electoral Commission themselves. They will certainly be targeted. We've also seen website spoofing, and there have been instances that disinformation is circulated around. We have names associated with them like Ghana News Agency and GTV. They are not. But those behind this act that could destabilize our democratic process have just cloned. Some cases, they are mimicking the very established media and still facilitating disinformation. I think there has also been instances in which attacks targeting electoral systems and databases, biometric system, transmission systems. Of course, I think we've worked with the Electoral Commission starting 2016 to help ensure that whatever system that they have, of course, they have their own risk management processes internally to be able to protect us. So I think that is a job that has been